What the fuck's going on, YouTube? What's up, what's up, what's up? Having a little fun with my stream deck on the intro, going back and forth. Hope I didn't create any Caesars. What's going on, Will? Where you at now? You still heading in? Maya, show me your exact process of starting a new song, setting up tracks, audio, MIDI, and maybe an instrument you record in the session. Sure, I'll go ahead and start. I mean, I usually start with a template, which I could share that template with you, where it kind of will, and on your end, it will just be the routing, but almost a Seymour, right on, drive safe. Yeah, I'll go ahead and share that process with you. Let's go to the main scene here. This is the beat from yesterday. I'll go ahead and just save it and close it. Close it down. All right, we'll start off with a fresh non-template session. So if you're not in a template, so we'll click new. For demo purposes. Okay. And we'll just, I like naming things because it'll just by default name whatever you do new. If you just hit go and skip naming it and setting tempo, whatever, it will just name it the date, essentially. It'll put your name on it and the date in a folder. And it kind of sucks to try to remember what you was doing on said date. But yeah, starting fresh in a Studio One session, this is how I would go about it. So start your session. Did I start with a template again? Son of a bitch, I should have done that. My bad, I got ahead of myself. Let's do that again. New session. Yeah, I started with my template like a moron. Okay, so just record and mix this top template. It's fine. It's blank. That's how it starts out. Record and mix. All right. Nothing on the screen. So if your browser, open and close your browser to the right over here, bottom right corner. Mixer next to it. To the left of that is the new overview, which I haven't used yet. And then there's the edit view for whatever track you're on is, the instrument you're working on. Okay, that's the main options to the bottom right. To add a new track, there's two ways you can go about it. You can go up here to the track menu and add tracks. And as you can see, that's just a shortcut letter T. We're not going to do that. We're going to go right here to this menu and add tracks. And we're going to be adding, in your case, let's say you're recording an instrument track that's MIDI. Okay? So you go to instrument track. And then you'll name it appropriately. So we'll call it, this is the dumbed down long version of doing MIDI, but MIDI 1. I'll show you both ways. So this can be an instrument, then you can load up and drag it to there. Right now it's empty, there's nothing in it. What I like to do is go to the browser over here. There's a home menu. You can select instruments, effects from there, loops. It's pretty much these same options, but there's another way of doing it. I like to just go ahead and go right to instruments. And I have my folder set up. We get rid of this menu here. Okay. I like to have them set up by my preferences. It's set up by, I think I have to scroll to the up to show you this. There's a way to do that. Preferences. It's been a while since I've changed preferences, so. Oh, right here to the top. My bad. So at the very top, instruments, your preferences. I keep mine on vendor. You can keep yours on by type if you want. VS2, VS3. To me, that's dumb. Folder, so synth, sampler, like they'll divide them by types that way, and folder. And flat is just going to be by name alphabetically. I keep mine on vendor. So my effects is everything's by vendor for me. That's how I do it. And then I'll go find an instrument so here's native instruments. Okay. And I'll load in, let's say Contact. I'll just drag it over. You can just drag it anywhere. Just grab the instrument and fucking drop it. it will create a track. And in my template, I would put that directly into like a synth folder, or if I'm wanting a bass instrument, a bass folder, or even an ensemble or string folder. You know what I mean? If you're still there. I'm not sure if you're even there, bro. Yeah, I do need to get in the booth and do things. That's fine. It's all good. I didn't plan on doing that until I got warmed up. I like to mess around in the studio before I get serious, you know. I like just to have fun, to get in the mood of creativity. So that usually means starting a beat I'll never finish. So that's why I got so many beats on the back burner, bro. I got tons and tons of them. But yeah, you just drag and drop. There's a contact if you want to. You can name it. Let's say let's just pick an instrument first. You probably won't have, I got a few in here you won't have, like signal. This is a output instruments thing I added years ago. Let's load up some signal. And if you want to name it over here so you don't get lost, if you have like 15 contacts loaded, you can just call it signal. Okay, there it is. I named it over here on the track header itself. And now I will go to the mixer track to make it live and active. And as you'll see, this D over here for low latency is not on. I'll turn that on. Now I have low latency. And what that does is allow you to have two buffers. There's going to be a session buffer, which is processing everything else in the session that is not set to be live direct monitored. So they're calling it direct monitoring, but that's not a proper term, but I'm not going to get into that. So they'll call this direct monitoring while everything else is being processed on a bigger buffer before your main system buffer for your audio device. So in this case, when you go to your direct monitoring, it's going to the lower buffer. And you know, just to make sure you check that you understand that, let's go ahead. I know I'm getting a little off track here. Go to options, audio setup. My buffer right now, device buffer size, block size, buffer size is set to 128 samples out of 48K. So it's 128 samples out of the 48,000 in a second. It has 3 to head, so don't drop out. Then the processing buffer I keep all the way up, maximum at all fucking times. And then I have enable plugin nap and enable direct monitoring for instruments always selected. And I get the most out of my system that way. So I highly advise that. Anyhow, back to the MIDI instrument. So here we go. Here we are. We got signal. Say I want to record it now. We'll tap down here and find a tempo we're feeling right now. So let's tap. I'm just clicking. 93. That works. We'll get the metronome going. Well, let's find an instrument. So we got the... I don't like that instrument. Let's find something I actually like. That's cool. We'll do that. All right. So then we'll just hit record, or before we get to record, I always like to have my record panel visible. I'm not in my template, so I got to open all these things. All right, take the layers. Yes, input quantize. Now the input quantize is all set up by, I believe, the quantize value of your session. So you might also want to view if you're going to use input quantize, which you don't have to. You always want to view your quantize menu. So right now it's on that 8th note of 16th note value. That's probably a good value to keep it at more often than not. But if you're doing triplets and shit, it might fuck it up. So for this demonstration, we're going to turn off input quantize. Record the takes, take the layers, so we'll select a loop range on the timeline, get the loop going, hit record. Let's go. That was way off. Way the fuck off. Let's try that again. That was garbage. There's something wrong. Oh, never mind. Hold up. I know what I did wrong. All right. Yep. Let's go again. is not syncing with the beat right? That's like doing a poly thing. Let's find something else. Alright, that's a bad demonstration. I'm failing you, bro. Let's try this again. Sometimes, dude, I'm just so used to jumping in, bro. To be honest with you, I should metronome count in. Like, I could do a pre-count. It's down here, I think, in the metronome options. Let's see. Right click, pre-count. There we go. You right click on the metronome, get the pre-count. So I think it'll do it. Yeah, there, that's the pre-count. And it'll count down from there. So you can right click on the metronome over here and you get a pre-count if you want to use a pre-count. Let's go. I like that. Let's go with that. Okay. There it is. I recorded a little bit. It's not perfect, but I'll edit what I fucked up since I have the recorded takes and I have the input quantize off, so it's going to play exactly what you play. I like that little dissonant thing I just did. There we go. Let's get some of these right on the timing, and you can either quantize them yourself or just manually do it like I'm doing here. Select and highlight and drag. Fuck the script productions. You damn right, dude. I'll flip the script in a fucking quick second, unless I have something like foundationally established that I like. You know what I mean? Like I try not to fuck with the muse. Whatever it takes me, whatever gets my attention. Like, why fight against myself? Like, if I'm not feeling it anymore, if it just gets mundane, move the fuck on. You know what I mean? I do have a new, see, I've been going by Sick IO production and studios for a minute. I don't want to share it yet, but I'm pretty excited. I think I'm going to have a name change for when Sentient comes out, and it's going to tie into the whole Sentient theme. It's going to be awesome, dude. Like, it's going to make, I'll talk to you about it on the phone, but not publicly. But, yeah, check this out. So we got a little idea going. That needs to drag out further. Let's correct that. There, that should do it. Alright, let's do some more native instruments. Let's throw some battery in here. So, I like to keep my drums personally up to the top, bass below that typically. So I usually will organize my sessions. The first tracks, starting with the kick track, is always going to be 1. 2 is going to be the main snare, and then from there on, it's going to differ from session to session. But yeah, battery will fucking load. Good lord. There we go. So battery being drums is going to start all on the top. Let's find a kit we like. Lame. Huh. I gotta find a kit I like, dude. I've yet to find. I mean, you can do sample by sample and take all day, but we're just trying to be quick.
Clap your hand.
What?
Clap your hand. Clap your hand. Clap your hand. Clap your hand. Clap your hand.
That was strange.
Clap your hand.
I can't. That just fucked me all up. Let's keep it moving. like everybody shits on Impact and like stock stuff, but you can find a lot of garbage in Native Instruments battery too. Like this is a prime example right here. A lot of garbage. They got good shit, but you gotta work to find it. Come on, dude. What'd you say? Hold up. I gotta get some stuff off my phone so I can read what you just said. Is battery on that insolvency loading speed? Yeah, dude. That's it right there. It's right before the bankruptcy, bro. That bankruptcy speed's coming up soon. That kid sucks. I might be able to work with that. Okay, let's just see what we can come up with. I mean, that's not probably the main drums thing, but we're just demonstration purposes. Let's go ahead and go with it. Pre-count should be on. There we go. Kind of like that. Let's see how off I was on timing. As you'll see, I usually keep the editor on to see, and I'm not horribly off time. I mean, I'm pretty close without the input quantize. I'm not on, as you'll see as I zoom in. I'm definitely like getting ahead and dragging on a few. Like that's dragging, that's ahead, that's ahead. We'll go ahead and quantize that for demonstration purposes since I have input quantize off. From moving forward, I like to usually have it on for like basic drum shit like that. But I'll show you how I fix that. Here's the quantize menu, the Q here. I mean, I'm not doing anything above, I think, a 16th. So that's a good starting spot. And then hit apply on all. Now, if you hit apply like this, it will do it to all of it. But say you just want to do a section. You'll highlight that section, then hit apply. Boom. It'll fix just that section. But if nothing's selected, and to unselect, you'll just click anywhere on here. And you just hit apply. Then it'll do it to everything on that clip. So that's the quantize. Here we go. Is that distorted? I got the mic on. Kanye would approve of those drums. Right. I mean, yeah, I mean, everything's a little bit saturated, you know, here and there. A lot of stuff in battery is to start with. But what you're probably hearing is both the microphone being on and my studio monitors and me talking. Since I'm demonstrating right now, I'm not going back and forth and turning off the mic. Maybe I should do that so you can hear a little better. Let's do that moving forward. Now, before I do that, let's say, okay, that basic drum thing is all right, but let's say I want to add like a hi-hat to it, but I don't want to have to do another clip, or merge a clip, or anything stupid, or program it in, so I just want to play it in. We'll use this at one simple, this right here. And what we'll do now is change the record mode down here, which I have this menu open at all times, to record mix. And now what it's going to do for MIDI is mix it into the existing clip. So here goes the pre-count, and we're going to go right back into it. And there's that. Do you start mixing once you find where you want to go with the concept? Yeah, kind of. Like I like to have a few elements into things, and since I didn't start with my template, you know how I like that +10 on my master. I like to turn things down opposed to trying to push things up like most people do. I just find it to be more natural for me to want to turn things down, and then it becomes like an unconscious, easy thing for me to to get loud and effective gain staging and mastering without even thinking about it. Like, that's just my style, and it works for me. That's quick for me that way. I think I was doing some off-time shit down here. Actually, I'm trying to quantize this real quick. Trying to see what is closest to it. Yeah, I was doing a triplet thing at the end, and that's what I will quantize to. So it's a triplet. So I went to the triplet section here, found the 8th note value. Now I see where I'm at on the grid, what I was actually trying to play. Sometimes I just hit shit and don't really even think about it too much. I'll go ahead and fix that one too. There, those are. So let's see what this sounds like with these. But on further review, maybe I should have kept that a little bit loose. You know, sometimes you want to keep some imperfection. Let's get out of triplet. Now I know I was kind of getting 2 triplets there. Let's just quantize everything else that I just added. Oh, that is not the right. I need to be 16ths, not 8ths. 16th. There we go. There we go. Now everything's good in the world now. All right. And then yeah, but I'll start. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and push up the main, the 10, like I always fucking do. And that means instinctually some things will have to come down, especially this signal primarily. Let's just pull it down 10 to compensate. That's just a good starting point. And those drums were kind of weak to start with. Now those drums will not be so weak. Just that simple, because now they're 10 decibels higher and the signal is compensated down to the 10 decibels, so that should be about the same apparent level, but with more punchy drums now. Let's check that out. Way too punchy drums now. See what I'm saying? Which I'm fine with. I'd rather work backwards. I'd rather pull things down, personally. Yeah. All right, so right here on battery is a fader per drum. I like to start there. You know, that's 10 decibels. That one can be brought down. I don't know, I kind of thought that could be a little louder before, so let's bring it down like 7 and go from there. And I like to filter that hi-hat. So what I will do is go to the effects on the hi-hat, and here's the EQ section, filter section. Put a high pass on it, a little reso, and a high end cutoff, and that's going to be more. There you go. Something like that, you know what I mean? Yeah, some hi-hats do, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's good to keep it a little loose. Like the end section I thought was better to be loose. Let's see if I was right. Let that loop through, and then we'll add something else to this demo. And hopefully I'm answering your questions. Do you have any questions of how we've gotten here so far? While you're waiting to answer that, so see how we're clipping over here? This is a clip indication going on. Now I like the plus 10 because I'll use ozone, and I'll compensate the output of ozone minus 10 on the output of the threshold. You know, you threshold down about minus 10, then peak around minus 10.1 or something to compensate. That's how I do it on the input side over here. And then, you know, I feel like ozone digs in a little better that way, personally. But you won't have waves. Limiter on the PreSonus limiter kind of sucks, to be honest. But we'll go ahead and, or I should say the Fender limiter. I'll just search for limiter over here in effects. Limiter. Alright. I'd usually use the L1 because it's really pretty low latency for waves. Don't take a whole lot to process, but we'll go ahead and pull in the PreSonus limiter here on the post. There's pre-fader stuff on the inserts here, and there's post. Now, post fader usually would mean a send over here. It would be a send on a track, but over here on the master, it is a post fader effect. So there's a distinct difference there. And in Pro Tools, you don't even have that option. In Pro Tools, everything on the main master is post. Where in Studio One, you have pre and post fader effects. So with this being on post now, I'm gonna make my release and attack super fast. Super fast. I'm gonna make my threshold like super high. Like point, you know, just keep it from clipping. That's what we're trying to do. Let's see what this sounds like. Well, it's still fucking clipping it, isn't it? Yeah, it shouldn't be. It's on post. That's interesting. Let's try normal envelope, mode A. I'm not too familiar with this limiter. I've never really liked it. Alright, bro. Yeah, when you add drums, do they go in on one bus or separate? Yeah, drums will all filter down to their own bus, shared drum bus at some point. Yes, where they'll have slight mix bus compression when it comes to mixing. But when I'm just creating, I just try to keep things organized so it's easier to mix later. So yes, I will keep everything like in a drum folder. And to create folders on here, I will show that for later. So let's say you have more than one drum track. I'm just going to take these empty MIDI tracks down here. Just to say you have multiple instruments, just for example. You could select all those, shift and select all of those, right click on what you shifted and selected upon track wise, and then you will go to pack folder, and now they're in a folder, and you can name this folder drums. Okay, now the old way of this didn't necessarily mix it into a folder, so these should be going through a folder now. But they're not. They're not going into a mix folder, unfortunately. Which is strange. But so what I would do then, if you start with a folder, for some reason it seems that there's something there I'm not missing. Like that should have worked. But yeah, I don't usually do it that way. So I will keep them organized in a folder that way, and then I will individually route them myself. Instead of going to main, so here's battery, and then here is, yeah, the empty MIDI. It's why they're not showing on the track, because they're empty. Shit, I gotta put something on them. Let's throw something on them real quick. Just for demonstration purposes. Impact, there we go. Throw impact on here. There we go. Alright, now we got an impact and we got a battery. So I will then select those tracks together. So shift and just arrow over once you got them selected on the mixer, or up here. You can arrow up too. Just get them all together. There we go. That works too. And once they're selected and highlighted down here in the mixer, I will click on here where it says main, which is going to the main out channel, right? So I'll right click on it, add bus, and now it will add a bus. I should have done it and it fucking didn't. Interesting. Anyhow, it's bus 1. Let's find a bus 1. Okay, now they're going to bus 1, and I'll name bus 1. I usually name first, but drum bus there, or all drum bus. I like to when it's the very final bus, because sometimes you'll have buses and effects beforehand you'll add later when you're getting creative with mixing, but all drum bus. So all my drums will filter into their own bus, which will then filter into other channels before it goes to my main channel and my template. But for simplicity purposes, everything will filter to a drum bus, and then I might do a little bit of glue to glue them together. Let's use a stock instrument, a stock effect for an example, real quick. Let's use just a stock. Well, no, let's get more creative than that. We'll go to the fat channel. We'll get a fat channel compressor so we can get some analog emulation going on, or tri-comp. That's a good compression for drums. I would suggest experimenting with that. Looking for the fat channel. I need to get better explaining things, don't I? Okay, fat channel, just type it in. Fat channel. You get lost, just type shit in to search and just find that shit. Here we go. Here's fat channel. And I'm going to find a emulation of a compressor I think would be good with drums. I mean, FET can't go wrong. The tube CB probably can't go wrong. Let's go to the tube CB. This is my favorite compressor, usually on vocals. We're going to try it on the drum bus today. So here's this, and you can turn off the high pass and gate and the EQ after that. So fat channel it's like a channel strip. This is where you find a few analog emulations that Studio wants. Excuse me, Pro Studio comes with. So turn it off. Back on. Okay, so now we're going to go to. I like to keep it on manual. We're going to do a high ratio. We're going to filter out some lows so it don't react to the lows so much. This is a sidechain filter to the right bottom. Let's put it up to about 100 hertz, roughly, or just a little below 100 hertz. Then we're going to find the threshold where that needle starts to move a little. All right, we're hearing that. We'll gain up to compensate for it. Off, that's bypass. Back on. So that gives it a little bit of character. Slow down the attack a little. There's drums. I want that attack to come through. Now we're losing some of that threshold reaction. We're at 150 milliseconds. Let's go ahead and turn up the threshold, or turn down the threshold a little more. Make up for what we just lost. Alright, that's doable. That's a little bit of glue, for example. And then say you can put a little EQ on that bus, which I don't suggest any of that shit. That is horrible to start with. But if you wanted to, you could use this EQ. I don't like this high pass going on. There we go. High pass around 30 hertz, that's fine. You can swap the EQ position with the compressor if you want to. Let's try that. They really need to update the fat channel. It's kind of old in concept now. Let's change its Q value to get less of a distinct bump at the bottom where I'm cutting. Let's lessen the cut a little bit. There, we changed the sound a little bit, compressed it a little bit. There's some glue, quote unquote, for an example. Add a bass line now, stock something. absinthe. Let's add some absinthe in. Just come back to later. I ain't played with that in a while. We want bass. We want bass. Stock and bass. So I guess maybe Presence XT. I ain't feeling that. I need more something synth based. Or more synth based, I should say. Am I in fucking names or some shit? Recents? What am I in? Alphabetical shit? That's why I'm in flat. No wonder I'm fucking lost. Back to vendor. Here we go. Switched it earlier trying to show examples. So let's get on native instruments. Get into the Fender folder. There we go. Let's get my tie going. So I get these patterns of working, and when I change them, dude, I forget that I changed shit. Open the chord track, top left up here. Let's see what that chord is I'm fucking playing. I have no idea what I'm playing. I got extracted or some shit. Didn't have to before. Well, that's different. Usually when you have MIDI back in the day, on just Studio One, you could just drag some MIDI into the chord track, but it's not letting me do that. I have to analyze it first. That's fucking dumb. Sure, detect key signature. What's my key? What key am I in? Anybody know? Bitch, tell me what key I'm in. Does it not know? Okay. And then track to chord track. Let's just do that. There we go. Yeah, chord track is still empty. What in the world, dude? That is strange. The AI chord feature, I mean, I gotta figure out where I've started first. You know? Like, where am I even at? I don't know. I told it to extract to the chord track and it didn't do anything. That used to be a function that worked. That is not showing me shit right now. Okay. Here's the chord. Okay. Like, I used to be able to drag up into that, dude. What in the world? That is fucked up that I can't. And it's not doing what it used to do. Extract to chord track. That ain't working, dude. That's fucked up. That used to always work. Huh. Come on, Fender. I mean, what in the world? Here, let's duplicate this. And to duplicate, I like to hit Shift and D. So, if you're not going to loop, just want to duplicate something. So, you highlight it, Shift D, there you go, and just duplicated the clip without looping it. Dude, that is strange as fuck. I just can't drag that in. That makes no sense. Wow. Anybody got a tip what I'm missing here? Like, that used to work. I see there's 3 people on here. Why is that not working? If you're a Studio One user, You're pretty used to that. Is a folder track fucking me up above it? Let's go above it. Let's see what happens. Okay, now I'm above the folder track. Nope, still ain't. See, used to be able to just click and drag into the chord track back in the day. I mean, I was able to tap in a chord there. It's just changed in how it functions, and it doesn't detect and tell you shit now. Like detect keys things. Like there's no info. Let's go to there's just nothing. It's not telling you things that it used to tell you and working as it used to. This is the first time I've tried it. Okay, that opens up the edit window. Okay, I see what that little symbol does now. Just like double clicking on it. Oh, that is strange. Huh. Kind of lost on how to do that now on the chord side of things. Instrument parts. Like nothing is working. That's pretty fucked. Here, let's go down the MIDI track here, the empty MIDI track. Let's see what happens when I try it down here. Anything change? Nope. Nothing changes. Extract the chord track. Still not extracting to the fucking chord track. Come on, y'all. That is inexcusable. Why is nobody talking about like this flaw? Like, why is it? Am I the only one experiencing it? Can't be. I just fucking can't be. So what happens if I got a chord here in the chord track. I got that there. If I drag, so I could drag that down to MIDI. That works that way out of the chord track. Oh, and I can go back into the chord track with it, huh? I can go back into it. See, that makes no sense. So why can't I do that with my raw MIDI track? Is it because I have aftertouch information going on? Is that what's throwing it off? It's not just raw MIDI. I got my keyboard with... That was never an issue before. Modulation. Aftertouch. Okay, so I have aftertouch here. Just for me pressing the keys. So if I turn all that off, flatten that out, will that change anything? No, I still can't drag up into it. But I can drag a chord out of it and have just a raw ass chord over here. So I'll play that chord. Oh, well, this is empty MIDI. And I can drag right back into it. Oh, that makes no sense. So that MIDI works, but this MIDI doesn't. Here, I'll just merge events. Maybe I just need to... There's something weird with that MIDI track, and I need to fix it. Let's just do that. Merge events. Now they're merged. Now will it drag into the chord track? No, it will not. That is fucking irritating. I wish I knew why that was doing that. Because I don't get it. It shouldn't be doing that. Okay. Huh. Here's an idea. I'm going to make a new MIDI event. I'm just going to copy the MIDI notes, and it should get rid of any aftertouch data. Is there an issue there that I need to report, I wonder? So I'll copy these notes, just how I played them, and did the edit. This is dumb. This shouldn't be an issue. Then I'll paste them over here to a new clip with no aftertouch data whatsoever. Okay? Just raw MIDI notes and velocities. So no aftertouch line. This has aftertouch line still, you know, it's all the way down. This has none. Velocities are the same. Let's see what happens if I try to drag this up now. Nope, still doesn't work. What the fuck? So you just can't drag up into it anymore. It just won't allow you to do that. That's fucking dumb. Extract chord track. Still doesn't work. That's an issue. So I can't show you this wheel. This thing does not function as it's supposed to on some things. I need to report this. Maybe I should go to the stream over here, and I think you can mark parts of the stream. How do I do that? I've done that before. Oh, I have to do it on the app. Let's just notate how far am I into the stream. 49 minutes. Good Lord. Okay. Hopefully I can remember that later. Moving on. That got me off track there. For some reason, it does not like. Let's try to do another clip, just how shits and giggles. What happens if I try to do this MIDI clip and drag it up? Oh, this works. So out of fucking battery, I can drag a clip in of just drum shit, which is not even relevant musically. So the battery clip works. Why is it this clip does not work? Is it because I'm hitting a dissonant fucking note? Is that why it's not working? Because musically fucked? Let's see. Let's get rid of those dissonant notes and see if it'll drag up now. Nope. That ain't it. Okay. I don't know. This has got me baffled. I am baffled here. Huh. The same thing with this shit down here. It just didn't work when so let's pull this clip down to a different track. Empty MIDI. We'll merge events. So basically turn it into a new clip. We'll try to it will not extract that to a fucking chord track. It just refuses, dude. I don't understand this at all. This is alarming. I've never had this issue with this. Anyhow. You know what? Fuck it. I'll do it manually. What notes am I hitting? I'm hitting... Shit. Let's go back to over here. Zoom in. Hitting A. And E to start off with. So let's go ahead and just do this fucking manually. A and E to start with. On that first chord there. Let's get into this. There we go. We're just in A major, all right? Could be minor. For fun, we'll just call it A minor, okay? Could be either one of those. And then there's this diminished chord next to it that starts with, I believe, a C and D minor right next to each other, I do believe. Yeah, it's C and D minor. So whatever that will be. Start with C, diminished. Not sure what to call this. It's not gonna be a ninth. Nope. Getting closer. Nope. 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 Let's click the notes, see what happens. There we go. That's what I'm doing. Those two notes. Whatever the fuck that is. C major. It's calling it a C major. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm hitting. So, okay. Can't believe I'm doing this manually, but pretty stupid Then it's going to be a flat minor. There's a flat minor. Followed by, what the fuck is going on down here? That ain't right. Then I'm hitting a B flat. Is that a minor? I think. Nope, that is not it. B flat. Yeah. B flat minor. Okay. So that's my chord progression. Took me only 5 minutes to figure that out because it wasn't working correctly. A minor, C, A flat minor, B flat minor. And that's the progression. So let's see what it suggests after that, like you wanted me to see. Chord display. Input chord. Okay, no, editor. The input chord's pretty cool, so on my keyboard I can just hit random notes, which I guess I could have done that and made it quicker and see what I'm actually playing. I mean, I'm randomly, here, I'll turn on the back cam here. I'm just randomly hitting chords and it's telling me what they are, whatever complex thing they are. Look at that. G minor, major, 7th, 13th, B over 9th, B flat. I don't fucking know. But yeah, that's kind of interesting. Here's just pushing down a whole lot of keys. Good Lord. Whatever that is. Anyhow. As you'll see how crazy this will break down whatever you're doing on the keys. It's kind of cool. But keep on keeping on. Baseline. Back to business. Trying to find that chord suggestion feature real quick to go to something else later, but not sure how to even, like, I don't even know how to use that that yet, to be honest with you. No idea. Chord display. Huh. Yeah, I'll have to look up how to even use that feature, dude. I have no idea. I don't see any suggestions on here. Okay, what did you say? See, I play by ear. If I had my keys, we could have found the chords last Tuesday. No shit, dude. No shit. I mean, I have to think and break shit down and have a guesstimate of what it is. Me and my music theory is just awful. I also just play by feel and ear, and sometimes it's shit, sometimes it's decent. So, just go with the flow. All right, I'm just going to go to baseline. That got me all out of creative mode. Like, what the fuck? Trying to figure out new features and seeing why one feature that used to work's broken. That just fucked me all up. down a bit. All right, yeah, I need to make this bass a little bit more bassy. Kind of sucks. Alright, go to effects here. Oh, that EQ is fucked. Where it started. What the fuck were they thinking? Get off soft tube. Get some bad tube in there. These are saturation types. Soft tube too. Ooh, I like soft tube too. Bad tube too is pretty nice too. Turn up the glide. Go ahead and play the beat again. Dude, somehow I just changed every one of those fucking chords up there. God damn it. Like, what? How did I change every one of those chords? It's so fucking frustrating. Did I just change it by having it set on follow so it like recorded what I was just doing? Ugh. They need to work on this new chord track. This workflow is fucked now. I can't drag up fucking MIDI, bro. Come on, dude. What if I chop it up? Can I drag it up in sections? Nope, I can't do shit. That's so frustrating. Anyhow, let's just go by ear. Fuck this shit. Yes, the chord selector's following what I'm playing right now. Oh God. Just go with it. Fuck it. Now I'm going to turn on input quantize. I'm tired of fucking around with little shit. I usually don't. So here we go. I mean, that's pretty much it, man. I mean, being outside my template now is kind of a little bit uncomfortable, and this whole chord track thing is fucking me up right now. But other than that, that's pretty much how I go into it, man. I mean, I could show you in Studio 1.7 that chord track thing is not an issue. It worked as intended before. You play something, no matter what it is, you drag it up, and it would just be there. I wonder what happens if I try to drag up my bass line I just put in with this. What would happen? So that's going to have aftertouch in it as well. Can I drag this up into the chord track now, I wonder? Which will be Mai Tai. So we'll call Mai Tai bass Taya. Whatever. I misspelled it, but I don't care. What happens? Oh, see, that works. Explain that to me. Why does that work? Is it because of Contact fucking with it for some reason? Like, I think Contact is messing with it for some reason, dude. Which didn't happen before. But see, Mai Tai, I was able to drag it up into the chord track. Oh my God, no problem. So, like, let's right click on it and extract the chord track. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Make that make sense. I don't know. guitar and just try to vibe out to this now. That being said, let's go ahead and show how I would try to add an audio track. Same thing. I mean, MIDI I usually like to drag in. It's just quicker, easier, and it's just done. But plus, by the hamburger menu up here, call this guitar. If you know what channels you're coming in on, see me, I have mine labeled. So audio, and then it's going to be mono. Not stereo, like a stereo synth would be. So this is a mono instrument. I'm not loading a preset, so I am going to load my input, which is RNDI, because I have a RNDI DI box for guitar, channel 16, and you can actually assign your output there if you have a bus already, like guitar bus, but that is not set up in this yet, because this is not my template. There we go. And then let's get an amp going. Stay on the Fender stuff and get familiar with it. It is included. That whole contact thing is fucking with me, how that didn't work with the chord track. Everything else worked, but the contact makes no sense to me. Come on, come on, come on. Look for that Mustang. Where's the Mustang? Ain't nobody said nothing else in the chat. There's been 3 people on here. Ain't nobody said shit. Like, comment, subscribe. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Tell me to get fucked. Say something. Somebody. See, I got my now I'm gonna make these active. Same thing. Let's find a preset I actually like. Fuck it, we'll go with that. It's wild to me how different all these presets are. Gain stage so wildly different. It's just ugh. Hey, what's going on, Ken? You know, I'm just dicking around, showing my buddy William here some Studio Pro things, and then I found a bug where for some reason a contact played MIDI instrument doesn't want to go into the chord track. So, you know, just dicking around tonight. How you doing? Mute the synth sound, see what the vibe sounds like. Yeah, I like the synth though, bro. The guitars is me shitting the bed, really. Yeah, the Sentient Alien's back online. You damn right. I come out at night, buddy. How you doing? That was awful. Some hippie music. All over the place. Cold as fuck down there. Really? What's the temp? I mean, it's been cold here for a minute. It's 4 degrees right here, right now. Y'all don't have insulation in your houses down there in Texas, huh, Ken? Yeah, I mean, and back to you, William. I think I'm just done with this, bro. This is for demonstration. I'm just not vibing to it. I'll go ahead and just start something fresh with just guitar in mind. So let me back out of here. I'll come back to preset 82. I'm kind of okay with the modu verb. So we'll close this out. This demonstration idea. We'll start some. Oh, this is a fresh one right here. I can just go. Just go, buddy. So again, we'll add a new track. This being my template, I'll feel a little more comfortable in it. So I open my folder here, nothing in it. Hit the plus sign. Audio. Sorry to label guitar. There's gonna be two tracks that come in. Mono. It's already selected. Input RNDI 16 for me and my setup. Hit OK. I got 2 tracks in that folder, all already routed in my template. I ain't gotta think about it again. Just mix and go. Just get creative. And now, which I need to share this template with you. I think that'd help you get creative too. I think this should be like a default template for, you know, or something close to this for a lot of people, honestly. Just get up and go. Let's go and hit find that Mustang again. I got all these presets open. Good fucking Lord. Why? No presets, please. All right. Looking for the Mustang. There's Rumble. Why is Mustang not showing? Oh, because I have Fender up here. It's dumb. Okay. Now I should be able to find it. Right. Correct? No? Maybe? There it is. Mustang. 24 degrees, huh? Well, if you find this entertaining, man, I don't know what to tell you. I guess it's cool to probably fall asleep to, you know. I like to fall asleep to YouTube, by the way. I'll let this motherfucker, like when I'm in the truck during the work week, I'll put it on like 480p so I'm not burning a bunch of data if I'm on my cell phone and not on Wi-Fi, and I'll start some science shit and just go to sleep, and YouTube will just playlist related stuff for me, dude, and I'll sleep to YouTube almost every day during the week. Occasionally I'll wake up to some music production stuff because I do watch some music production on YouTube. Is Fender Studio Pro worth it? I mean, to upgrade, what do you got? Like, it depends if you're like, if you're on Studio One 7 Pro, I got it with the PreSonus interface I recently bought. Fuck yeah, dude, learn it then. If you got it, yeah, dude. I mean, it's the new version of Studio One Pro, and with any DAW, I've been doing this for, I don't know, since 1999. What's that, 27 years? I started in music production stuff when I was a kid. I wasn't very good at it, but I didn't do anything right back then. I've been doing it in a correct-ish fashion for 20 years. So with 20 some years experience of decent DAW knowledge, yeah, I mean, Studio One / Studio Pro is as good as it gets, bro, in my opinion. I got Pro Tools, I got FL Studio, I got Reaper, I've had a bunch of stuff over that time. Fuck yeah. Use it, learn it, dude. You can do anything in this DAW. Is there going to be some bugs? Yeah, every DAW is going to have some bugs. This one has some bugs because it's new and they refreshed it and rebranded it and changed a few features. And some things ain't quite like it was in Studio Pro 7. There's been some improvements and there's been some step backs in just functionality. But like I said, you'll get that with any DAW. But for sure, I would highly suggest this for anybody wanting to make music production. What are you trying to do? Make beats? I mean, you can do it all in here. Make beats, record audio, mix, master, edit pretty professionally. We can do anything you want in this. Just put your mind to it. And what interface did you get? I'm curious. Did you get a Quantum? What'd you get? Nick Murrah? Get this guitar tone doing its thing. I usually use FL Studio, Logic Pro, but might try it out. See, I haven't been on Mac. I've played with Logic. Logic's pretty fucking solid too, dude. FL Studio. I've had FL since it was pretty much version 3 or 4 back in the early 2000s. I've had it for a long fucking time, dude. For audio and like professional editing and mixing and mastering, dude, it's convoluted and it fucking sucks, just to be completely honest. For just programming beats and not having to play shit in, if you just want to step sync, I mean, you can step sequence in this too, but why? If you can just keep a rhythm with your fingers at minimal, like but yeah, FL's cool. You can program, and you know, it's like the MS Paint, Microsoft Paint of DAWs. You can paint in your patterns and get a good arrangement going. There's nothing wrong with it in that aspect. A lot of people's made great shit on it. I don't prefer it. I left FL and Pro Tools specifically for Studio One because it, for one, FL and Pro Tools at the time was extremely unstable by themselves, let alone if you tried to rewire them together to work nicely together, because Pro Tools back then's MIDI was atrocious and FL had great MIDI capabilities, but FL had shitty audio capabilities like real drum sets and comp editing workflows, where Pro Tools had that beat detective and comp editing workflows professionally ready to go. So I was going back and forth between those. I was even doing Adobe Audition between Adobe Audition and FL Studio. And I just got tired of DAW jumping, dude. I got fucking frustrated. And I went ahead and tried version 3 of Studio One again after I watched some videos and was checking out what was available, out there. I was also trying out Reaper at the time again. I paid for it. Didn't stick. It was too many menus for me to get creative and feel at home. Studio One's been home for me, bro. So dude, Reaper's got a lot of setup, Ken. A lot of setup in Reaper, dude. I'm not a fan of it, to be honest with you. It's very capable. It's very lean when it comes to resource. It's efficient on your CPU. There's a lot of good to be said with Reaper. It's pretty damn stable. But dude, like, the menus are just confusing. They're not really logical. I mean, it's just not as much drag and drop, nearly as much as Studio One. Studio One kind of brought that to the forefront, but if you like to geek out and want to set up, spend half your time setting up a DAW, sure. I mean, Reaper's cool. I mean, once you get it set up and you're comfortable with it, like me and my template, Well, that and that DAW plus a template, I mean, sure, you could probably become really efficient in it, but I just wasn't going for it, dude. It was just too many menus to find simple shit, you know, just to do editing tasks. It got me out of creative flow. I could never feel creative in it. I got back, I got into Studio One and was surprised how quickly I could feel creative and also dive deep into deep editing workflows and correct audio timing and layered recording modes and comp editing vocal together, for instance, or guitar performance together, or multi-track drums and that beats detective style workflow. Like, it's all here. Yeah, dude, I'm an advocate for Studio One / Studio Pro. With Fender's name on it now, I mean, I don't know what the future holds, but I hope it's good. You never know in this world, but I hope it's good. This corporate world is, it can either get better or it can get extremely worse. You never know. I recently built a DSP soft clipper plugin that works on Logic like Fruity Soft Clipper. That's awesome. So it's kind of like Orange Clip then too, because that Fruity Soft Clipper, I believe, is what Orange Clip is based on, is that transfer curve. But comes with multiple algorithms. Cool. I mean, heck, send it over to me, bro. I'll try it out. I bought V-Clip. It has a bunch of different transfer curves, and you can customize transfer soft clipping curves on it. But it went back to demo version on me for some reason. I don't know why. I bought that sucker. It was only like, I think it was like 40 or 50 bucks on sale when I bought it. Never heard of Orange Clip. Yeah, Orange Clip is basically the Fruity Soft Clipper. I don't have Orange Clip because I just don't really care too much for the Fruity Soft Clipper. I know it does a fattening thing. I have Gold Clip. Let's enable this. It's made by this company here. Yeah, Schwab Digital. So Schwab Digital makes a Orange Clip, which is essentially an emulation of the Fruity Soft Clipper that they sell for money. So if yours stands up to that, you could probably sell yours for money and undercut them, bro. Sell it for 20 bucks. You know, like, sell like hotcakes, man. Especially if it has a decent GUI, dude. You know what I mean? Like, because he's wanting stupid money. I mean, this Schwab Digital Gold Clip, it's cool. I've used it a few times, but it was like 200 bucks, dude. I spent $200 on this plugin and rarely ever use it. I think it's really niche and boutique. I prefer flatline and V-Clip when it comes to clipping. It's only on my GitHub, so it's not very well made, like I made a prototype. It doesn't, okay, what's it say? It doesn't release or have a good bundle. You have to compile C++ and other stuff. So okay, right. Ken wants to know, what do clippers do? Okay, Clipper, which they've been so Orange Clip here, for example, is an emulation of a orange-based piece of hardware. It was a A to D converter from back in the 90s that mastering engineers use. It's like a $10,000 A to D converter emulation, where what a clipper does essentially is like an A to D converter style of clipping. See this curve here? Let me get you on desktop mode so you can see a little closer. This curve right, kind of resize this, make it even clearer for you. Yeah, okay. So here's an example. This curve here, I have it on modern. They have hard and modern. So let me play audio through it. Shit. That'd be probably better if I open a session to talk about clipping. I'll go ahead and put the guitar away for a minute. Let's open a session real quick. And we'll talk about clipping. No, not amps. No. Yeah, the Orange Clip is the orange clip is based upon the FL Studio. I don't know why they call it orange. I could probably look it up online real quick. Let's see, orange clip. There you go, Schwab Digital orange clip. There's the orange clip I was talking about. Those are velocity curves, so depending on the amplitude of the audio, clipping will start to shave off that peak level without a time domain. So unlike a limiter uses a time domain, where clipping is instantaneous per sample, if that makes sense. Yes, it changes the audio waveform. If you push into it real hard, it will create saturation / distortion even. And in mastering back in the day, that's how they was slamming it without having higher end limiters. And today, you kind of have to I like to use one, and a lot of people will use clippers before limiting, so it'll make the limiter work less. Therefore, the limiter doesn't create a pumping type of sound if you do not want it, and it essentially allows you to get masters and mixes louder. And you just got to be subtle with it, though. Like there's all sorts of different flavors of clipping. But yeah, here's the orange clip I was talking about, and there's a wet dry and all that on it. Linear phase mode, as it's showing here, oversampling. Now you want oversampling with clipping, because if you don't oversample, you will begin to get artifacts known as aliasing. And aliasing is caused by, so say I'm at 48K like I usually run. Well, the Nyquist level of 48K, or Nyquist frequency, I should say, of 48K is 24, well, in theory, is 24 kilohertz, so 24,000 hertz. And no, there's videos on this on YouTube. After that point, there is no way to convert that file accurately, and therefore it creates these artifacts and jagged artifacts that create like disharmonious type of frequencies down in the audible range. Like, it's unmusical as shit. It's bad. It's really hard to explain aliasing without just creating it. I can create some aliasing for you. Give me a second. I'll give you an audible example of what aliasing is. So let's just turn on flatline here. Okay, this is my favorite simple clipper because it's just simple. I got it usually on 4x oversampling, DC offset, whatever. Here's my it don't really show it, does it? My transfer shape. Yeah, let's go ahead and play. Right now, I'm not really leaning on the clipping because my threshold's so low, but let me push into it. Once I push into it, let me turn off the click too, that's annoying. So I'll just do a quick, there we go. Now you see it there. You see this reduction is showing at the top. This is not really a mixed beat, so that's why I wasn't even touching the clipping curve yet. So I'm at 80% curve, which is not really showing it here, but it kind of represents it down here when you move it. So now see, there's a lot more going on, and it's starting to sound a little bit distorted. So that creates a softer curve, as you'll see the curve being soft there versus jagged. That's jagged 100%, which means you actually have to get closer to the 0 point to even initiate, or the threshold point, excuse me, to even initiate clipping. I usually like to keep mine around 80%, but that's a simple curve. V clip gets a lot more complicated, but it's like I said earlier, it's in demo mode, and I don't want to fuck with trying to unlock it right now. But yeah, it's a transfer curve essentially. Let me create some aliasing so you understand what that is too, real quick. Get a tone generator. We'll introduce some aliasing to the signal. Okay, so I put a tone generator in front of it. We're going to do some pink noise. For some reason, all that's being bypassed. Let's okay, turn that off. that's pink noise. Let's play with the clipper for a second. Alright, so that's just pink noise. Let's turn that threshold way down. Okay. Now, we'll do a actual tone. Let's do a sine wave. So without the clipper on, excuse me, without the clipper on, see how it sounds smoother? Now let's make this sine wave sweep. Make it sweep long. Okay. Turn back on the clipper. You should hear this this weird shit here in a second. Here, okay, here we go. So that wobbly stuff, yeah, that wobbly, that is actually aliasing, and that's with oversampling on. So there's still going to be aliasing. That's it with 4X. Now let's turn it off. Let's turn oversampling completely off. Now the aliasing is going to be a lot. So what oversampling does, it'll take 48K and times it by 4X. So therefore, the Nyquist raises and whatever. So what you're hearing is the harmonic content going up to that Nyquist level and reflecting back down the frequency spectrum. Now, without oversampling on, that Nyquist level is going to be a lot lower, and therefore there's going to be a lot more aliasing. And now I'm going to demonstrate that. Much crazier. And that's an example of oversampling and aliasing. So when you have frequencies up in those higher levels near the Nyquist, like it actually happens before the Nyquist, but at Nyquist it is nothing but aliasing and beyond. Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, it's just, you know, that's what aliasing is. It's the best way I can demonstrate it. Yeah. That oversampling is crucial. So if you got a plug-in going, that A++, bro, you might want to put some oversampling capabilities to that. And I mean, for music though, you don't ever hit it hard enough for like you really don't need more than 4X in my opinion. I mean, there's some mastering engineers that will, you know, have only a few plugins on their mastering chain as they're, you know, mastering a good mix. They might want to crank these up to 16X or whatever and have, you know, even less aliasing, but that oversampling is pretty crucial. Go ahead and close this out. You only got 4X oversampling? Hell, that's fine, bro, for music, dude, for real. Unless somebody's just crushing the dog shit out of it with some higher, you know, frequency content. I think anything above 4X is unnecessary for music, personally. Yes, sir. Nyquist is a audio term. Yes, sir. I'm gonna get the guitar back out, try to get vibey in here, try to get some dad rock vibes going, you know, with my limited guitar skills, because I kind of suck at this instrument. So, Nyquist Shannon. Maybe that's what I'll call this when I get done. This tone sucks. Let's find a better tone. I think it's like 80 something I liked earlier. Nope. Yeah, it can be difficult and irritating. I just go with the flow, man. Might be shit, might be gold, you never know. Some hippie dad rock going on. Right. Especially when you gotta check tuning all the time. You know, which I probably should bring in a tuner before I actually record anything today. I think a little chill dad rock thing would be a different change of vibe for me, just for fun purposes before I get in the mic booth tonight, or this morning I should say. I got some vocals to dub and tighten up. Kind of verse to polish. So where you from, Nick? Nick Mora? That's fucking sharp now, damn it. Close enough. Alberta, Canada. Whew. I know you're cold up there right now, aren't you? What's the temperature where you're at? I'm in Indiana, by the way. Central Indiana. No, just like a guitar tuner. That's all it is. Just checking the tuning of the guitar. -7. Yeah, we're at 4 degrees here where I'm at. Just a little bit warmer than you. Got any snow on the ground there in Alberta, Canada? We got some last week here and got like a dusting last night. We probably got about roughly around 7 around here inches. And there's probably about 5 left right now on the ground. I have no idea what I'm playing. Pantera, huh? Well, I don't want to be a ripoff by accident. Switch it up. Let's see what tempo I'm playing at. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, make it 90. The recording panel open, which is weird. It's not right now. Go for it. I mean, it'll just be dicking around, dude. Something real slow. I'm going for like a Tool vibe mixed with, like, if I had to describe it, some lo-fi hip-hop. Yeah, I'll go ahead and record that. All right. Okay. Damn it. Ah. I have a loop there. Piss on it. Let's go with that as a starting point. Damn, I can't see shit. I like to record with low gain because you can nowadays. You couldn't do that years ago. I like lots of headroom for if I want to get bombastic with dynamics, you know. So that's with vocals, guitar, anything. Like lots of headroom at 24 bits. To ball me negative 4.4 C down there. Well, shit. Oh, I probably should have been clear with Nick from Canada, Alberta. Yeah, when I said 4 degrees here, I meant Fahrenheit. I forgot the whole translation between Fahrenheit and Celsius. So he's negative 7 Celsius. That didn't even register earlier. Okay, I see. So I'm probably colder than what you are right now. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna get the new. I mean, I got tickets to the Pucifer show at the Murat. I mean, I've seen Pucifer 3 times already. I'm a big fan of Pucifer, bro. That what's that one song? Conditions of My Parole album. Is that the name of the song too? And sweet baby Jesus, you know what I'm talking about. Cause I was over it. Down, 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 down. You know what I'm talking about. Anyhow, that song reminds me of people in Park County, like the criminal types. How full of shit and fucking weird they are. You know what I mean? I know you know what I mean. Little methed out alcoholic types. Can't decide if they want uppers and downers. God, that was played awfully. I'm gonna rock it though. Fuck it. Oh, I looped it wrong. Shit. Shit. Alright, yeah. Learn to count, Randall. Learn to count. There we go. What do you think about building a transient processor as another DSP plugin? If I was to suggest making a transient processor, I would try to find the transient curves of, you know, some higher end audio equipment out there. I would say study that and maybe make it a multi-band type of thing. I think there'd be a market for some decent multi-band transient curve stuff. Like kind of like even like that transient EQ plugin, which I've always wanted to own, just never bought. I could see there's special case scenarios where that'd be really useful. But if you can control the transient curve per frequency band, holy shit, that'd be wild. I'm on a bullet train to ayahuasca. Fuck yeah. Dude, I'm looking for, man, Pucifer is always a good time. You ever been to a show, Ken? I'll plug in a bass now because I'm just hanging out and dicking around. Gonna have to tune up the bass too. I really need to get another these strings and this weird wood of this bass. It's not. It's a composite. It's not real wood, so it's actually pretty fucking light. But it kind of reacts funny. I need to get a different. I don't think they call it a bridge, but whatever they call it here, it's the upper bridge of the neck of the guitar. I need to get one that's a little deeper because it's a little too buzzy. But I don't want to set the action up too high because I don't like high action, so I really have to change that to keep these strings. I really like the tone of these strings, so. I mean, I've seen Tool several times too, man, but dude, a small venue Pucifer show can be kind of magical, bro, to be honest with you. It's a good time, and it's a good laugh. You have a drink or two. Sound quality at the Marat, dude. Well, Pucifer, every time I've seen him up there, has been phenomenal. I like to go to the Rathskin, or whatever the fuck that restaurant's called, the German restaurant across the street. I like to go over there, get a beer and a meal before I go in, and it's always just a good time, dude. Now, I like a Tool show, but it's not the same experience. There's a transient processor on FL Studio, but it costs like $50 to $100. I got the everything bundle, so you'd think I'd have that processor on FL that you're talking about. The Rathskeller. Yeah, that's it. That's it. The bass. 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 I'll try their rumble shit here in a second again. There's Rumble Native. Oh, I didn't put it in the right folder. That's fine. I'll fix it. Fixed. Simple. Let's get to work. But yeah, the Transient Process FL Studio. I mean, but I bet you could probably do better than that. There's a plug-in here. Here's a plugin I've been wanting to make, which I just don't have enough skill or time to do it. There is a plugin on Adobe Audition called Echo. Okay, it's just a delay plugin. But back in the day, you could set both the left and right channel independently from each other, and then once there's a delay from, let's say, the left, because the stereo effect, and it hit the right, it would actually invert the wave as it reflected back, and it made a cool effect doing so. And you can get the feedback set up on that thing per channel. It was set up by percentage. It looked the GUI looks stupid, but the effects sound amazing. And I was able to set that plugin up to do like an infinite scream. So there's some people I was recording back at the time, and they'd get on a mic and scream just a little bit, and then their voice would shit out. I was able to like expand that thing with just that echo plugin that was stock on Adobe Audition as a delay, simple plugin. It was digital based. It wasn't trying to emulate analog anything. And it was just, I can get a very long, rich, lush. And each band, like each delay, you had I think it was like a 12-band EQ. So you can actually EQ how you wanted each delay to filter, but it wouldn't nasty it up. It kept it pretty clean, so it sounded natural. Anyhow, I was able to fake some like extremely long delayed screams a few times on it, and I've never been able to replicate that with all the third-party plugins I've bought and owned ever. Never been able to do it in anything else. That would be a cool plugin to make. I wasn't doing stereo imaging. It was just doing the inversion of the wave with each delay. Every time it delayed off one side, it was like ping-ponging in a way. It's really hard to explain. I should pull up that program sometime and show you what I'm talking about. But I actually had Grok years ago, last year actually, make some code trying to replicate that, and I couldn't figure out how to put that code into can't remember what it wasn't A++, it was something else. But I was trying to make that plugin with AI and just couldn't figure it out because I would love to have that plugin in whatever DAW now. I hear no rumble. There we go. I'm gonna need a preset with some ass to it. Filthy bass, man. I like it. Let's go with that. It's gonna be too loud. I appreciate the sub, man. Yeah, I'll demo it sometime. I'll try to do a good job of it and make a short video of it instead of the live shit I've been doing. I'm trying to get with the YouTube streaming workflow, and I'm kind of newer to this, so more about having fun on here and then sharing ideas with fellow collaborators and just seeing where I fit in on YouTube, if I fit in at all. So yeah. Let's record something. I haven't quite figured out that part yet, but I'll get to it. I'll sub back to you too, Nick, real quick. Let me sub back to you. Go to channel. There we go. I can see what you're doing too when you get on here. Kind of need a vibe to this for a minute. I'm hearing something. I'm just not able to play it quite yet. Get a loop going. I'm all over the place trying to find that. Play it like that. Try it again. I think I got a loop there to start something, maybe get on the drum set. Drums would be nice. Check out the monotony a little bit. Sometimes a perfect take just doesn't exist and you just gotta shit out what you can shit out. Presonus is German made too, bro. This Studio Pro, this is German. The same people that made Studio One were the old people that made Cubase back in the day. Those lead engineers for Fender now, that was under Presonus, came over to Presonus to develop Studio One and still work for Studio One today under Fender. This is German engineering as well. In FL Studio, trying to record decent drums, yeah, it's always... like if I go on my drum set, I got a MIDI kit. I got a DM10 MIDI kit in here. If I go on that drum set, whatever I play MIDI-wise will be what is played back. As long as I don't have input quantize on like I do right now. But whatever I play, let's turn that off, will be exactly as played. Unlike FL, it was never quite right in my experience. Back in the day, they may have fixed that now, but that was something else I struggled with it back in the day. Yes, this is, even though it's an American-based company, Studio Pro, the engineers for it are in Germany. Oh, recording multi-track drums, real drums in FL. Yeah, that sucks. I've edited. I never tried recording drums FL because I knew it was going to be a pain in the ass. I wanted to get a basic comp edit before I even went into it. With the one EP I did way back in the day when I first started trucking, I did one EP for Better Off Blind, which is a band I record and produce or co-produce nowadays and co-record with nowadays. I've trained him how to kind of set up his own stuff and go, and I just mix and master for him. Anyhow, I've been recording him since he's a kid. When I first started trucking, I recorded him in Pro Tools and Adobe Audition on the real drum set at his place when I no longer had a studio of my own. And I just set up drums and go. And I was recording his drummer and bassist at the same time live, doing a quick comp edit that was closest to the click and seemed right with the arrangement. And then I was exporting those takes out into FL at the time and then editing in FL. And that was still a fucking nightmare, dude. Yeah, Quantum 2626 is a good interface though. Yeah, if you got Pro Studio or Studio One Pro 7, dude, like learn that shit. I guarantee it, dude. I guarantee you'll be fine in it. Learn the basics, get it set up, get rolling in it, and eventually you won't think about shit. You'll just go. It's been the least headaches I've had. I mean, I occasionally have headaches still, but it's been the least amount of headaches I've had in the DAW in 26 years, 27 years, however fucking long it's been. It's been a long time. I'm gonna try to get this bass edited real quick. I might even pitch correct it because I didn't tune it, so I'll just melodyne it. Fuck it. And I did a quick Melodyne, and then we'll go ahead and just render it in Melodyne. Open the inspector to the left over here. And this is why this is a lot like Cubase. This is a lot like Cubase, except for as less work to get to shit, because they rethought it. But the inspector is in the same relative spot. The browser is in the same relative spot. And then Logic's also kind of copied that kind of setup too, because Cubase was first at it. On the all-in-one type of DAW aspirations, which is why they used to call it Studio One, because it is the attempt to have every workflow in one DAW. So you're not jumping back and forth. Now it's halfway pitch corrected. I'm not happy with my timing. Let's do a quick timing edit here. I'm trying to remember the workflow I did for this. Additional views. Audio bend. There we go. Bend markers. All right, we haven't detected yet. Analyze. It looks about right. Now what I want to do is not quantize. I want to slice it, therefore I'm not having weird stretch artifacts on the bass line. And then I will auto-fill the gaps. I need to get my quantize menu open as well to view. I usually keep it open at all times, but for some reason I didn't have it set up. Okay. Look at the quantize. It's at 16ths. It's probably good. Go back to my audio bend menu. There's my audio bend, autofill. I don't want to merge to audio part. I do not want to do that, but we do want to quantize. And see, if you did that on drums, and then you'd have to set up a follow. So if you had it on drum mode and then you had a group set up, that'd be like the Beat Detective workflow. And you would like say follow the kick and snare, for instance. and then the whole drum set, overheads and all, would follow the kick and snare, so nothing got out of phase, just for an example. And then you would slice and do that kind of workflow right there at the correct quantized value. You might have to do a section at a time because of intricate playing. Say you got triplets in one section or quadruplets in another, you'd have to do it section by section still. But that is pretty much essentially the beat style workflow that Pro Tools offers, that has been so awarded all these years, and it's right here in Studio Pro. It's the same shit. So okay, so it did slice. Okay, didn't like how it didn't. Okay, quantize 100. I didn't have quantize on 100%. Autofill, slice mode. There we go. That's where I fucked up. There we go. Now the transient didn't have crossfades here and there, but the transient is on the grid now. Let's see how that sounds. That was funny right there, wasn't it? Yeah, I didn't like that at all. So what we'll do there, we'll just do it the dumb style. Just make these natural again. There we go. Something like that. Same with that, it is struggling with those little diddles. Yeah. Yeah, those diddles were kind of funky. That looks good. Yeah. It looks like it's on too. So whatever that value was over here corrected these. That was funny. No. And the crossfade, you want to highlight both clips and hit X. Crossfade, boom. This down here is all junk time. Alright, let's find a loop point. Keep this dad rock bullshit going. And you can just keep those edited together like that instead of merging them and just loop them. Fuck it. Don't have to be perfect right now. We're just trying to get in the groove. I don't think I should get on the drum set. I think maybe I should just stay right here and have fun with genre bending a bit and just find a hippity hoppity lo-fi vibe to go with it. So we'll just bring in impact. Good old stock bullshit. Let's roll. Who's all still here? Ken, Nick. Is Will still here? I know Will said he was getting busy, getting ready for work. He's going to have me in his headphones. I don't know if he's still in here or not. It's been a minute since I've heard from Williamson. Oh, why do I like that right off the bat? It's probably not for this, but damn it. I like it. I don't want to though. I don't want to like it right off the bat. It's not lo-fi enough. Something about what I looped earlier did not loop right. Oh no, I lost that kit. I liked it. Oh well. I'm trying to undo some shit. There we go. Yeah, that loop was fucked. That's why I usually merge shit, but I don't want to because that edit's not perfect, but I don't want to focus on editing too much right now. Yep, view. Yeah, there's two different mind states. There's the technical and there's the creative, and it's hard to go back between the two. And additional views. I was trying to vibe out, and now I'm got to start over. Okay. Did I just have it highlighted wrong? That was going on here. Why is snap off? Snap shouldn't be off. Okay, snap's back on. Ah, that's why it was fucked. Right there. Should have just boom, boop, cut that out. Now it will loop correctly. Maybe. Damn it. There we go. Good enough. That's when we bring in the Ranger if we want to do further looping. All right. William, the recipient of that demo you made recently, yeah, he's gotten several from me. We're trying to collab here in a bit. Yeah, he's the one I've been sending a few sessions to. Yeah, he's an accomplished musician himself. I think he's a little older than even you, Kenneth. I think he's late 40s, I believe, and yeah, he's from Seattle originally, and we actually work for the same company. I met him in a fuel bay for our company, and we was talking about what we're doing the following weekend. I was about to get off work, and I was fueling up the truck. I was like, yeah, man, I'm about to go to a concert. And he was like, you gonna play at a concert? I was like, that's not what I said. I said I was going to a concert. But he's like, oh, I thought you said you played music. I was like, well, I do a little bit. Then we got into conversation, and he's also one of those rare truckers out there trucking around that's making music on his downtime. So we hit it off. Two peas in a pod. Hopefully I can find that drum set I just had, because I don't know what it was. I don't know where I found it. I clicked on something, and it was there, and it was cool. I probably won't find it again. Nope. Damn it. I like that kit too. Fucking figures. Should have remembered that name before I closed it. Oh well, I'll just go with something else. Nah, I'm just not feeling that kit, dude. Go with the goofy vibe. Just go with it. Go with the goofy. Input quantize this time. Let's go again. Just fuck all that. All right, go again. See if that's any good. Ha! Input quantize at the wrong value. Do it again. That's fine. I'll get better. Something like that. Third time's the charm. Sometimes you just got to enjoy the lame vibe. Get that grandpa vibe out your body. Get the cold out your bones. Going for that old-timey feel. That Pucifer feel. You know what that's about, Ken. Right on, man. I appreciate you coming to hanging out, commenting, interacting, liking, all that good shit. Yeah, get some sleep, man. It's past the midnight hour for you over there in Central Time, so I know you got grown-up stuff to do. Appreciate it, man. Have a good one. You're still on here, Nick. I appreciate you coming on here too, bro. And let me know if you want to share any plugins that you're working on and stuff. Heck, show me some music too, bro. You can find me on, Sentient. You can find me on Facebook. Follow me there and send me stuff over there. I'll check it out. Yeah, night, Ken. Appreciate it, man. Just so you know, I ain't making nothing hype tonight. I'm trying to do something a little chill and old-timey. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to get back to it. that up a bit. Bass needs more low end. I don't know what CV instrument is. I'm gonna check it out. I don't think I've ever played with this. I'm usually a third-party guy, but yeah, I have no idea what the fuck this is. No presets? Like, okay. Yeah, never mind. No idea. Omnisphere in a while. I should open up some Omnisphere with this. They got some organic stuff in there. Might be beneficial. takes, not record mix. There we go. That's a distinction with MIDI. Let's go. Now comp together some bullshit and then edit it from there and then figure out what the hell I'm doing. So I have yet to figure it out. So, you know, just going with the flow. Okay. See if I can analyze this track musically. I'll bounce this and analyze it separately. So bounce that to a new track. So it's not in the recent events, so we have to go to right click again. Should be able to select all those. Right click, there we go. Event or audio, which I think it's an event. Yeah, bounce to new track. It's going to mute all those, but we're going to unmute it and keep that as our, you know, actual track. I just want to analyze one file. So we got Nick Murrah, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, from Alberta, Canada, still in here. Ken has gone to bed. Who else is in here? Speak up or forever hold your peace. Anybody else? Oh, bounced it like that. That's fine, though. That's fine. That's something I could fuck up, so it's all good. Going to, yeah, bounce that shit. Event. Bounce selection. Now, audio. Let's just drag that down to a blank MIDI. Do it that way. Just, yeah. There we go. Extract notes. Let's go. Should just have them, right? It should just do the thing, right? I don't see any notes. Is the gain staging too low? That's a problem. I think the world gain stages their audio too loud. And then all these protocols are usually set up for audio to be too fucking loud. Well, if that's the case, we'll just turn it all up. Oh, no, it did it. It just took a minute. Cool. It did the thing. I was getting concerned. Chords. So what's the bass? Okay. I'm going to combine some things. Let's go ahead and do the guitar. This is probably the long way of doing it, but it's the way I've always done it. It's just yeah, bounce to new track, the guitar, and I'll unmute that with the mute tool up here. That's unmuted now, and so is the original bass. All unmuted. Well, shit. There we go. Mostly, that didn't work like it usually does. See, it's a new DAW, and there's some hiccups in it, man, since they've updated it. That would usually not exist in older versions from updates with Presona, so I don't know. But all right, now did that bounce this with the effect? I don't think it did. Oh, it did. Sweet. Okay, good. So this should have done the same. We'll make this a MIDI thing right with it. Extract notes. Here we go. I'm installing Studio Pro 8 now. Awesome, dude. Heck yeah. Now I've extracted that, or I'm extracting that to notes with this new feature. Before, you'd have to use Melodyne to figure out what you was playing on an instrument and convert it to MIDI. But Studio One's supposed to do it now. Now it's extracting notes 100%, it says, but it didn't do it yet. And with the bass, it took like an extra minute to do it. So I don't know if it's going to do it or not. It should, you would think. Still doing it. I'm going to save this. Yeah, it's still thinking. There we go. I mean, that feature is kind of slow. Now what I'm going to do is combine these MIDI events, and that should give me the exact chords of what is being played at all times when I merge those together into one MIDI file into the chord track, right? Theoretically, there we go. Merge these together. Merge events, right? There. That should be what I'm playing, both octaves, the bass and the guitar. What the hell am I doing chord-wise? It's not really complete, is it? Why? Is it because I'm not changing chords? It looks like I am, though. That don't make no damn sense. Let's look at this on the editor. Okay. Let's just merge all these again. They should just be all one event. Merge events. Right? There's some more chords that way when I merged them. That's probably more accurate to some degree. All right, let's play it back. I'll just trust that's accurate and just go with it, and then have my MIDI I just bullshitted out and played and set it to follow it and see what it does, because I am just curious now. Would you ask? What do you think about using multiple DAWs in one workflow? I've done it for many years and I hated it, to be honest with you. Like when Rewire was a thing, I know that the Ableton Link is now like the new Rewire. I don't use it though. Because you just introduce more instability with multiple DAWs. Like I could pull FL in here as a VST3. I don't know if it has the Ableton Link abilities or not, but dude, I just quit that. As soon as I learned Studio One, there's no reason for me to use another DAW. I even have some, I guess FL don't allow you to do this anymore, but I bought like the $800 producer, like the complete FL edition years ago. I spent $800 on that shit back in the day. I think it's like $400 now. But it's pretty much the everything bundle. And back then they offered a lot of their plugins as VST3 installs. And I have, as you'll see, some FL effects. I remember showing this months ago and I got comments like, you can't use FL effects. I'm like, bullshit. And here I got a whole bunch of them right here, FL effects in this DAW. But apparently he had a point because they quit offering this on their website, even though I paid for it years ago. To me, that's sketch, dude. That's sketchy. That's part of the reason why I upgraded that to that package, because there were some plugins I was really fond of, like Gross Beat and FL, Love Filter. I'm fond of those. Their delays are okay. I mean, I don't have all their effects. The vocoder's okay. But there was some I was just fond of, and I thought it was cool, so I went ahead and went through the trouble of downloading all of them and installing them. And showing people online, like, hey, I can use an FL effect here. And they informed me that Edison, which I don't really use, they informed me that that's no longer available, and I confirmed it. So that is strange that they did that. But anyhow, I'm going on a tangent. The 2 DAW workflow got on my nerves, dude, because of stability issues, and you'd have to open one DAW, then go into the other DAW that was, linked to it one way or the other, and as a VST or a rewired, into the DAW, where the transports were, in sync, and it was sending audio to one DAW host and, the slave, and just it's convoluted, bro. It was always just a headache. Where just do everything in one DAW, which you can do everything in this DAW you need to do, guarantee it. There's some workflows like ARA that Studio One with Melodyne developed themselves. Like now all the DAWs have that, but it started here in Studio One because they developed it together. So I mean that I'd much rather just have one DAW that can do everything well. I mean, it may not be the best at everything, but it can do everything well. It really just comes down to the end user, and I prefer just to work in this. Until maybe Fender fucks this up and this DAW goes downhill like, maybe like Cakewalk and when Gibson bought it. Hopefully that's not the case, especially since they put their damn logo on this DAW and changed the name. You would think they're like, oh, our legacy is now tied to this. Let's do right by it, is what I would think. But, I'm cool with this, I'm real cool with this. That 2 DAW workflow just ain't for me. I rather I had some old sessions from like FL and stuff from back in the day. I just exported out everything, to have them and continue working on them when I want to. Which I rarely do on live stream. I rarely go back to an older beat on live stream. I usually just try to come up with something new. Yeah, pulling a Gibson, right. I don't want that shit to happen. I don't think it will, though, man. I mean, they have improved some parts of it, but every major update, there's going to be a few bugs here and there, like the whole contact MIDI instrument. I couldn't convert earlier to the chord, the chord pad up there. Chord track, but I could be wrong. If they do take a shit, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at getting a Mac next year and getting a Logic license, so if that's the way I gotta go, that's the way I gotta go. I mean, Logic does everything pretty okay too, from what I understand. The mixing is not as in depth as Studio One when it comes to sends and returns and splitting channels up and that kind of in depth type of mixing, but But I don't know. I could be talking on my ass. I haven't played with Logic in a long time, and I've barely gotten too deep into it. So, I mean, I followed some videos online about it recently, here and there. And then I've played with it in the past, and I've played with GarageBand in the past on other people's computers. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll love Logic in a year or two. Who knows? But right now, I mean, Studio One works on both platforms. Hell, they even got a Linux version now, so that's interesting. But I'm pretty happy with Studio One, or Studio Pro, excuse me. drums. These drums are kind of boring. One thing about these drum sets with Impact, I'm so tired of them like just trying to make it just like a fun thing. Like here's a bass where you're stuck in this, you know, fucking key and shit. And like, dude, man, make these drums. Like, I just want drums. Awesome drums. Big selection of drums. You got A, B, C, D. There should be presets for all these motherfuckers. I need to make some where A through H are just full of awesome drums. And you can just go. You know what I mean? And they should make it easier to drag like drums from other presets over. Like, I wonder if I can do that. I wonder if that's possible. I'm gonna try that. I don't think it is. Turn that off. So if I could find, that'd be a cool way to do it too. Instead of going to the browser and playing each sample alone. You know what I mean? Alright. Recent. Who's all on here? Say what's up. Like, subscribe, cuss me out, say something. I had Taco Bell for dinner, so I got some bubble guts going on. There's some cool drums right there. Now, can I? So, you could pin things, by the way, since you're getting in the Studio Pro, Nick. You could pin effects or instruments with this pin icon here, and no matter where you go, it will stay on the screen. See that? Unless you do that. Now, go over here and pin this. Now, no matter which one you clicked on, you're not closing the other. Yeah, dude. I got a little bubble guts going on. It's the drum set I'm currently on. I'm trying to find. Can I just do this? I can't. I wish you could do that. Like Fender, that needs to be a thing. Let's just say you just want to take something from another preset of Impact. You should be able to grab that bitch and send it over there. You know? Now, if I got to replace sample, right click, replace sample. It doesn't take me to that sample either. That needs to change too. Take me to that sample, bro. Where's that at? I don't fucking know. I would love to find that sample without digging in too deep, you know? Show and explore. I guess I could do that. Right click, show and explore. I could do it this way. I think. Oh no, that's a whole bunch. That's a whole kit. So you can't just simply select just... Yeah, it don't work that way. That's unfortunate. That is really unfortunate that it doesn't work that way. It definitely should. So frustrating. Okay. Well, I guess I could see what kit that was in and find it in my browser. Impact XT Kits and Sounds. Let's see if I can just find that in files. Maybe. Sound sets. Okay. Impact XT. Files. Yeah. Looking for Impact XT. ABC. I'm way past I. There it is. Okay. That's called... Well, it ain't called Perk Tom. Oh, it's irritating. Fuck. See, I mean, it's just convoluted. It's just so you know where one sample that you like on another kit, to drag it over, there is no simple There's no simple workflow for that, dude. I like that. I'm gonna put that in here. Fuck it. Okay. Got that. What's this? Yeah, we'll get a little shaker action going. Right there. And it should maybe automatically, when you change it, change the name, or at least give you an option to. That'd be cool. I can do that with my mouth. I learned that in, like, in elementary school. I can... Not very good anymore, but... But yeah, anyhow. No. Yeah, I don't like any of those. Let's be real. That's bank A, was bank B. Nobody cares about that shit, dude. It's not. Ugh. I want percussion. I want to find this perk tom. There's perk stuff. God damn it. Yeah, I can use some weird hi-hat stuff. Let's go. All right. Don't want to loop, man. Come on, dude. See what I mean? I just want to find where the fuck is that perk tone at? How do I just type that in? Come on, bro. That loop needs to stop. It's annoying. Okay, so it's not gonna be in that. Let's just try sound sets. All the sound sets. Perk tone. Please find it. Is that it? That's not it. I kind of like that though. That one right there. I can use that. Ah, it's a loop. I'll just make one sample out of it. One shot it. There we go. That should be. Yeah. Now let's should don't click. And then yeah, it's one shot and it can choke. It's just yeah. Fucking goofy. All right, I need some weird shit, dude. Drippin' drama. What's that? It's a fucking loops. I don't want no loops, bro. I want one shots. More fucking loops. Yeah, they need to make the one-shot game and preset, like, pad changing a lot better moving forward. Because it could be so much better. I mean, you can always go to the, Old Faithful, folders of samples that you've had forever and been dragging around your whole life. I could do that, but there's some new stuff. I just like, hey, I'd like to use that, and then trying to use it how I want to on the kit I want to seems like a big pain in the ass, and it shouldn't be. I'll throw it over there. Fuck it. Let's go with that. Call that the bleep. Bleep. Call this bloop. Metal clap. I'm gonna call that. Not using that or that. Alright, let's see. Mad Hat. Okay, cool. Let's do something a little different. Add a little bit of character to this pattern. Let's go. No, I haven't had experience with the VSX headphones. I was not interested in them years ago because the headphones themselves look like plastic junk to me. But with that said, I've had buddies who have made decent mixes on them and said they're good. So, I mean, I'm sure they're decent. I have a pair of Neumann closebacks in here that I like to check on. My studio monitors in here are just, you know, your standard HS8s, but I have them going through this board and room corrected. I've done some measurements and then actually applied the room correction curves via my board after doing some measurements. What? Sorry, I just got a text. But yeah, I did some measurements. So these HS8s sound quite a bit different than what they would stock. Because I've had to correct them in here, so they sound really good in here now. I've had to take a little bit of harshness out of them on where the crossover point is naturally in them, and then room correct. But yeah, I'm a fan of some Sony headphones, and I don't. My only high end headphones I really have are these Neumanns, which I think my Sonys actually sound a little bit better for mixing. These are good for like just catching. I don't know. Catching stray issues, but other than that, I just check on them in the mixing and mastering phase. I do the majority of my mixing on some Sonys, so I'm sure the VSX are pretty decent. Did you get the new closed back ones, or do you have the old open back ones? The new ones look pretty awesome, dude. To be honest with you, the new VSX ones, they look like they've stepped their game up on quality of the build of them. Will just text me. They got a coffee machine down at one of our locations that we go to. He said sorry for my loss. Oh, you got the open back ones? Yeah, dude. I mean, I think those are the newer ones. They look pretty good, to be honest with you, man. I'm sure you could probably do decent work in them, you know. Me, I have another theory when it comes to monitoring as well. So I will correct for, peaks and dips somewhat for room correction, and headphone correction if you have any idea what your headphones are doing. But I also go and tune to ear at a mixing level that's comfortable. So I've never heard anybody really describe it this way, but I came up with this many years ago before I had room correction. really, and I had to faux my own correction, and I've refined it over the years, but at a comfortable mixing level, which is not loud. You mix at a comfortable level where you can talk and have a conversation with somebody next to you and they can hear you. At that level, roughly, depending on how you talk, 70 to 85 decibel range, somewhere in that huge range there, it should be around your mixing level. I like to run a sine wave, like a frequency sweep, from 20 hertz to 10K, roughly, and try to make sure that everything at that listening level is flat to ear. So an example would be 40 hertz would be the same apparent level to my ear as 60 hertz and 80 hertz, which is twice 40, and so on and so forth up the scale. I try to make it where every frequency is flat to my specific ear and how I hear, and that has helped me dramatically doing that over the years, because these so-called quote-unquote flat headphones, even these headphones I have to do a low-end boost on, for example. All these so-called flat headphones just sound like, they're pristine in the mids, but they're just not pleasurable. I cannot mix and make good decisions on something that hurt my fucking ears and just seem like they're just loud mid-range to me. I have to have a good, healthy amount of low end to make decent mixing decisions. So that's a me thing. I wouldn't recommend it. I guess some people it probably wouldn't work for, but it works for me. So that being said, if you still feel like you're like, say with flat headphones, you might be cranking in the low end too much if you have the same issue I did. On completely flat setup, I'm boosting low end, bro. Just by instinct. Too much. So I'd rather have a little bit more of a fatter low end on my monitoring setup so I can rein that in, if that makes any sense. And I love low end. I'm a fucking bass head, so... DT880s, yeah. And the whole concept of flat, the funny thing is you could have one pair of so-called quote-unquote flat headphones sitting right next to another pair, and they'll sound completely fucking different. So measuring flat and actually being perceived to be flat, and stereo imaging comes into play, and harmonic distortion comes into play that's not necessarily measured. Dude, at the end of the day, you got to find what works for you, dude. And it's not always easy. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have to be... There's objective truth and flat and transparent and all that, and there is subjective, because all of our ear canals are different. The way we listen to music, all of us, is a little bit different. We all have a little bit of a different way of hearing and perceiving music. So one size don't fit all, dude. And people who swear it does can eat a dick. There's a lot of people out here that like to talk all day long and act like they know for sure this is the right way, this is the wrong way. Well, it might be the right fucking way for them, but not everybody else. And it's funny, they talk about that when it comes to like flatness. But you'll look in history and like there's always been a house curve at a lot of these studios, these high-end studios. These motherfuckers have house curves, which is probably pretty similar to what I've figured out on my own, trying to make everything flat to my ear, which is A, pleasurable. Like, I don't screech at the sound of music. I don't like, oh my God, it's hurting my ears when I'm listening to a great mix that I know is great. And two, I can, I can match pretty mixes pretty well that way. So, to each their own. But the house curve, I think, is derived from a by ear type of tuning as well. And I think flat to ear is just as important as flat measurably. I think the mids should be relatively flat with each other. You can't have big peaks and valleys becoming an issue, creating color. But once you get the mids and highs relatively flat measurably, then tune the ear and go from there. So with those VSX headphones, set them up however you think is best for you. And then if you got to add low end to them bitches, add low end to them. Or take it away. If it's too much low end, take it away. Run a frequency sweep, low to high, at a comfortable listening level. And try to make all the frequencies relatively the same in perception to ear, and then try mixing like that. And when I say that, I'm making like minor adjustments. Here, I'll show you. I've done some things on some older headphones, like this EQ here. I'll just pull up an EQ on this post listen bus thing. And so this is like a curve I would just apply to my Sonys. Like that's really simple to my current Sonys. They don't need much when the power's off. Like they're pretty, the XM6s are pretty flat, measurably flat compared to older versions. And I need a little bit more low end, but is that all my presets? Good Lord, no. I guess that is all my presets. Anyhow, for example, I would have, turn on this low frequency here, if I can. Shit. No, it's off. Haha. Yeah. Say I might need a low shelf, 12 decibels per octave, around 100 hertz. Typically I'd have something like that when I've measured it. I might have a strange buildup somewhere in the lower mids or something I need to filter out. And I do gentle correction. I don't do like drastic cutting oblique, I do really gentle stuff. Then I might put, I might find something around 2K that's a little too piercing or too, like say it might peak at 3.5 or whatever, just for example. And I'll do like maybe as sharp as maybe a 2Q and pull that down gently, And that might be a curve I apply to headphones, just for an example. Something simple like a 3-4 band, just gentle correction to nudge a relatively okay flat headphone in a better direction when I'm running a tone generator, sweep wave, slowly, and making sure it sounds about even across the frequency spectrum at a mixing volume, if that makes sense. That works for me, but. All right, let's get back to being creative. Yeah, if you're using Studio, that's another thing, bro. I wouldn't put on your master channel. Here's your main and then your listen bus. So whatever is on your listen bus. So when you start a session, you'll want to go to I/O. Excuse me. No, that's not correct. Go to this wrench below I/O here on the mixing channel thing. There's this wrench to the left. I like having input controls on too. I didn't have those on. You can turn on channel notes if you want, or icons if you want to use that. You can use VCA connections if you want to. And I like to have always the enable listen bus on. So with that on, then you have this listen bus, and whenever you mix down, if you forget to turn off something, it doesn't matter. So this is literally, the listen bus is literally for monitoring control. I'll also like to use it for metering, and I use this plug in here, AB Metric, to compare mixes when I'm mixing and mastering. You're doing a cross-referencing that way. And I could check your tone balance and your spectrum of your mix and all that. And here on post, it doesn't matter if it's on post or not, but on post I like to put that EQ curve if I'm going to use one on like headphones when I'm out and about. So just put it on that. Don't put it on your master, because if you forget about it and you mix it down, it's going to apply to your mix and it's going to sound like shit. You don't want that. The EQ curve is there simply to correct your monitoring situation. That's what the listen bus is for, to correct your monitoring situation if you want to that way, and then to meter things and not worry about you know, anything fucking up your mix if you left it on. So if I left this AB metric on and it was playing back a mix and I forgot to turn it off or hit mix down or whatever, it wouldn't mix down that mix. It'd still mix down my mix. So the listen bus is bypassed on mix down. It is just for monitoring purposes. Yeah. And I'm not using it right now because I'm using my Studio Live board for room correction, so I don't need to use it. I only use it when I'm not in the studio. So yeah, hope that makes sense. You can highlight like a section just like you can audio clips, highlight a section, Shift D and duplicate. Boom, just filled it all up. Yeah, some other DAWs have a listen bus. I know Cubase does. I don't think Pro Tools does. Maybe they do now. They might have a monitoring bus now. I haven't updated my Pro Tools since 2020. FL doesn't. I don't know. I know Cubase does for sure. So, yeah, I don't know. Pro Tools probably does by now, I'd assume. I don't know. I remember hearing something about some kind of monitoring thing that came out with Pro Tools a couple years ago. So for that to work, I think they probably do now. I don't know. Let's look. I'm just speculating. Let's look. We'll just ask Gemini. What DAWs have a listen? Fuck. If I could just type, that'd be great. Yeah, Cubase Nuendo, which is, Cubase. Reaper, okay, yep. I should have knew that one. And Renoise. That's it, according to this. Oh. How to replicate it in other DAWs. Okay, yeah. There's ways to replicate it in Logic Pro and Ableton. Yeah, you can make a bus, but you have to disable it every time, or just don't have it going to your main output. Just have it a bus that listens and doesn't put out anything. But if you want to change EQ on something, it has to put out the headphones or something. So that's a whole other, web of setting up. But yeah, so Cubase and Reaper essentially. time I record a dumb idea and probably call it a stream, y'all. Well, at least take a break. I'm probably going to take a break here in a couple minutes. I'll have some break music lined up and playing. Go up there, get me a coffee, come back down, and probably get in the mic booth and do some vocal recording on a track. So, I appreciate y'all that's come in here and dropped a like. Hope I got a few subscriptions out of y'all. That'd be cool. Like, subscribe. Say mean things. I'm cool with that too. Tell me how boring this beat is, that it sucks. I'm good with all of that. Yeah, I appreciate it, y'all. So I'm going to record this quick idea, then I'm going to hop upstairs for a minute, and I'll be back. Maybe I'll just have this looping in the background. That's probably what I'll just do. So, yep. I'm back. Sorry about that. Made me some coffee. Got one of the dogs with me now. She wanted to come hang out. And I'll kind of put some piano to this real quick before I hop off this beat and get to doing some dub work on a song in the mic booth. Kind of want to give a try, give a stab at some piano stuff with this. So with that said, it's going to be Omnisphere again. No, not tune tracks. Good Lord, Spectral Sonics. Omnisphere. This will be piano stuff. Then I'll get some vocals. Get off this lazy ass beat. kind of see what we got, edit that piano together, and get off this session. Oh, I was talking this whole time. You didn't even hear me. That's funny. I had my talk button off. Yeah, these are my working hours, dude. I don't know if you've heard that or not, but... Or maybe when I opened the door, it went off. I noticed that the other day, too. It might have just turned off. But yeah, these are my working hours, man. I work 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. coming up starting Monday. I just had a whole conversation, and I don't think the talkback button was on, so... I've already answered that once. So what are you up? What are you doing up so late, Nick? Do you work these hours too? Are you just nocturnal yourself? Right. Well, my job kind of requires me to be a night owl. Once I move up the board at this newer company I started, I'll probably have some day positions become available. But the day positions I had available to me at this recent bid on hours didn't have any weekend days off. So I chose to stay being a night owl and be home on weekends, which is pretty important to me. So, I'm gonna be stepping in the mic booth here in a moment. I work on a combination of music and software projects. Cool. How old are you, Nick? You was talking about school and stuff earlier, so I'm assuming you're a younger guy. I'm in my early 40s. An old man.
What's up, dogs? What's up, doggies? What's up, girlies?
Dad's sweetheart right here. Yeah, she likes to follow me everywhere when I'm home. Yeah, she does. She's a half pit, half boxer. Got her from the shelter. And she is a sweetheart to us. She just does not like strangers in the house. She's cool if you're outside the house, but she might snip at you and bark at you if you're in the house. She gets scared easy. Storm scare her, wind scares her, rain scares her. She gets scared easy. But once she trusts you, she's a freaking sweetheart to her core. I've literally seen her run from a fly that's came in the house, so she's not like a tough dog. She's just a peculiar puppy. Yeah. Dog's name's Ozzy. He's a black lab. Yeah, this is Addie. This is Addie Mae right here I'm petting. Yeah, she's like brownish in color. About 70 pounds. Still has her ears. She looks very much like a pit box mix, 50-50, except for the ones you find online are not as cute as her. Her face is really cute. Her face shape is probably more pit than boxer, I would say. But her body's a little bit more boxer. She's a cutie pie. She really is. She's a cutie. Just don't open her lips and look at her jaw. She has one hell of an underbite. And then I have another pit rescue named Rebel. And these were the names the dogs came with. We did not name them that. That's just, we didn't believe in changing what they respond to and what their names were. So we just kept their names what they were. We got her about 1.5 years ago. She was about 2.5, 3 years old then. So she's about 4, 3.5, I don't know, 4, 5 now. Hell, I don't know. We've had her about 1.5 years. And, we've had a Rebel for several years. He's probably about 8 or 9 now. He's getting older. Yeah, AI has decimated software development work. I'm sorry I missed that message. You're 21. Okay. I'm working my way back here. Young man. 21 years old. I remember that was 20 years ago for me, roughly, bro. So, you know, I remember being 21. The world's changed quite a bit since then. It's gotten shittier for the most part. I feel bad for your guys' generation. It's not, our generation was already going downhill. And, you know, in my early 20s, we had the housing crash of, 2008. It really started back in 2007. Things started going downhill, but it bottomed out in 2008 and 9. So, yeah. Anyhow, between that and 9/11 happening when I was a teenager and the fucking false flag wars that followed and all the money our government spent and fucking wasted and all the bullshit. I don't want to get political, but man, the Western world, which you're a part of, I know you're in Canada, but the Western world is, it's in shambles right now, dude. And you got AI on top of it. You really need, I would suggest for you, bro, to get on top of that AI economy. And there's going to be several jobs that should be safe for a long time. I know software engineering is obviously a passion for you, and I'm not telling you to get away from it, but like the world's all, for at least next 10, 20 years, we're always going to need electricians, plumbers, you know what I mean? Like robots are going to be far from replacing. I mean, I'm in a truck driving industry. My time is coming to be out of the job. I'm looking to be trying to get into a different industry in the next couple of years ahead of the AI economy. Hopefully, if we still have a fucking economy left. But that's a whole other story. Cryptocurrency projects. That's cool. Yeah, we're definitely in a global recession. You ain't lying. Especially when our fiat fucking base currency, which is nothing but a Ponzi scheme, is assisted intelligence. What's up, Will? You back on here? Yeah, when our economy is based on fiat, banking, fractional lending, banking, fiat-based, bond-based, central bank fucking money systems, which is nothing more than a Ponzi scheme. It's what it is. Devaluing our dollar quicker than our raises could ever attempt to keep up with. So our buying power just keeps getting weaker and weaker, and we keep needing to make more and more money to have some standard of living we can keep. So, and I've always said it's something I'll tell you right now. You're 21 years old. I would tell you. It took me a while to realize this. Probably a little bit until I was a little bit older than you. Maybe you're probably above me in wisdom. I was a fucking moron when I was 21, so did a lot of dumb shit. But I will say this: it is easier to get things, to acquire things, than it is to maintain them and keep them. So it's easier to get things than to keep it. Keep that in mind when it comes to assets and things you're trying to build in life. And do you want to drag it around and keep it? Because some things just become like an anchor to you. Like the studio thing to me. Like, I need this for my mental well-being. I've always had some kind of studio set up. Even if it was janky. Starting as a teenager when I went and detasseled corn and bought a computer with my mom's assistance. She pre-ordered it for me and I had to pay her back over a couple years. But I started paying on it. As a teenager, got my first computer. As a teenager, and got into music production. So I've always had some kind of setup my entire life. And that means once I got studio monitors and things that get loud, I've never been able to live in an apartment. I've always had to own some shit, dude. You know what I mean? Like, my first house, it was in my early 20s after the crash. It was a fucking dump. It should have been condemned. I got it on a payment plan. Because if it would have never been up for mortgage. It would have never passed an inspection. It was several tens of thousands of dollars of work needed to make that house sellable. So I got it on a deal, lived in it, made it work. It was kind of janky and ghetto, and hell, I've had sheds and camped out on family's property and shit over the years. Like I'd refuse to pay rent. So with that being said, keep that in mind. It's easier to get things than it is to acquire it. And once you acquire things, boy, it's just a nonstop tax in your life, maintenance costs, and you know, I don't want to preach at you all day, but. Yeah, the easy part is getting it. The hard part is keeping it. To keep things functional and maintained and having a good place to store it and keep it safe is hard as shit. Those are the hidden costs. Whoa. Won a few engineering contests. 5 figures as a solo developer. Yeah, see, you're miles ahead of where I was at your age, bro. Like, I was just pretty much a loser when I was your age, dude. I was barely getting by doing odd-end jobs and things that were questionably probably not on the legal spectrum. If you follow my drift, I did some stupid shit, and then you know, I had to grow up and become more legit and more serious about life. Yeah, the easy part is getting it. Yes, sir. Hard part is keeping it and then growing it. You know, let alone just keeping it alone's hard enough. To grow it, bro, that's a whole other mountain. Nah, you didn't peak, bro. Don't have that attitude. Fuck that. Keep pushing. Keep pushing, young man. You keep pushing. I refuse to pay rent, Will. I refuse. I will sleep in a fucking tent and put my shit in storage before I pay somebody fucking rent. I swear to God, on everything. You will not catch me renting a motherfucking place. Ever. I mean that in my soul when I say it. I mean, I might stay in a hotel on occasion or go to a truck stop and get a shower. Hell, before I became a trucker, I left my ex-wife, left my studio, left that house, let her have it. I mean, I slept in my car for a minute while I was still working a janitorial job, you know, so. Didn't apply for rent. I already knew I was going in a truck. Like, yep, I'll just live in a truck for a minute and rebuild my life. Fuck rent, buddy. It's partially why I became a trucker. Yeah, there's always overhead in owning a home, for sure. But I mean, you have equity in a home. You rent. You don't. None of that's equity. None of it. It's all gone. All of it's gone. You're paying for somebody else to gain equity, is what you're doing. When you're paying rent. I like being able, to do what I want to do, not ask permission if I want to build something in the house. I want to fucking repaint it, want to change the floor, anything. I mean, yeah, that's unexpected. I mean, that's overhead that you don't really account, and it does cost time and effort and money, but it's hard to put a price on freedom, dude, or some kind of concept or another. It's hard to explain. It's not quite freedom because you got to pay for it, but you know what I mean. It's the freedom of choice. That's what I'm getting at. To have that freedom of choice to be able to do as you choose to some extent is nice. And to know somebody's like can't just like, hey, you got to plan to move somewhere else, and by the way, rents around this area is out of your reach now, so good luck. I don't have to worry about that shit. Like the house we're in right now is fairly cheap, and I've been able to put money into it, but it's fairly cheap. I mean, this mortgage payment is cheaper than most people pay for a 600 square foot apartment. It's pretty doable. It's emotionally. Oh, I gotta read all this. Hold up. Oh, your in-laws? Well, shit. I mean, I guess that's a good and bad thing. I mean, hopefully they keep it pretty low on you, you know, if that's the case, but at least the money's staying in the family. It's mostly difficult to invest in a house when it's $1 million. You ain't fucking lying, dude. I feel like I could change the world with $1 million. Maybe not dollars anymore, maybe €1,000,000, because the dollar is falling quick, my friend. I rented on the Gulf Coast and it's getting annoying. It was getting annoying? Is that what you meant, Will? Like, on the real though, like, let's say I had to start over, I wouldn't buy a house, probably. I'd probably, I'd buy some sheds. I would store my shit up. And then I would have, you know, turn one shed or a camper that was cheap. I've done this kind of before. I'd get electricity ran out to it. And then I'd get a well dug and I'd live in a shed or a camper on the weekends I was home. And I would slowly just build me something, is what I would do. And Nick, as a young man, dude, you just have to be methodical and try to find what's best for you economically moving forward. Yeah, I mean, there's another driver I talked to. He talked about his rent being pretty dirt cheap because he's been living there forever and they was locked in and wasn't able to raise the rent on him. He drives for us. He was telling me, he lives in Illinois. He was telling me that he pays about $700 a month on rent. I was like, damn, that is pretty cheap in today's world. And he told me, you know, how many square footage he has, and it's like, you ain't gonna find a house for double that for that same amount of square footage on a mortgage right now, let alone rent. You know what I mean? So there is instances where people's been set up in a rental for a while now that are looking pretty good, you know, versus even buying a house. I mean, the housing market's going to crash eventually, guys. Like, it's going to happen. Especially when the economy looks like it's looking like it's going to take a shit within the next year. So, fuck yeah, buy some land, RV it up, dude, and then slowly build your castle. I think that's the strategy. Just buy the land right. Make sure you don't have some weird fucking zoning. Preferably buy that bitch out in the country, out of town, so you ain't got to fucking worry about permits as much and zoning as much. And do you. Man, how many likes I got on this, dude? It says there's 5 people on here. I got 6 likes, so I guess that's good. I guess I'm becoming a YouTuber now that I care. Now that I care about views and likes a little bit. But yeah, man, Nick, keep pushing. So you got software engineering skills. So you'd think you would fit somewhere in the AI economy coming up when it comes to maybe prompting or maybe development of AI. I think you getting into AI development could be pretty cool. Maybe robotics, just getting to robotics with, you know, your you know, engineering prowess on software. Like, maybe you can just help with the interfacing with AI and robotics. So you can build the T-1000 that's going to come kill us all in the future, you know, some Terminator type shit. Yeah, I've seen some studios online out of barns that are fucking sweet. That was kind of my dream too. My big dream is to, you know, have like a big barn or building, abandoned department store or something, and convert it into a big studio slash live event room. Do live shows that's connected to the studio, and when it's not being used for live events, I can use the big room to record like drum sets and shit in. Get that big room sound and do like the Linkin Park thing where they would actually incorporate the PA while they was recording an acoustic kit and capture the room with some of the drums selectively pushed through the PA to give it a bigger room sound. I think that concept's dope as shit. And those old Linkin Park drums they sound massive. But yeah, that's kind of the dream I've always had. And then and on top of that, you could be set up and networked to record in your control room, like in here, for instance, and you could record live shows and capture video, and that'd be a cool thing. Maybe stream live shows. That'd be dope as shit. Maybe a lot of programming nowadays is automation of skill and efficiency. Let me reread that. Maybe a lot of the programming nowadays is automation of or skill and efficiency in using AI tools. The efficiency of a swarm of computers building / programming is going to outperform an individual. Okay. So I need to first become confident in my skills in implementing AI in my workflows. So you need to be able to be like a systems manager of AI, so to speak. Am I catching that drift correctly? So like managing the automation of like a warehouse or a factory and being a program manager over the AI. Making sure it's running efficiently and correctly. Is that the gist you're getting at, possibly? And of course my dog's going to start whining as I'm talking. Oh, she wants attention. Software architect. I got you. So it's more trying to become a software architect and not a developer so much. So you can just manage AI and be more efficient with AI. I got you now. Okay. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and step in the booth real quick and see how my levels are with this and make some decisions. I'll go ahead and play what I've got recorded here. I got to turn a few things off first so it runs smoothly. You hope to build more DSP plugins? Fuck yeah, Nick. I'll test some stuff out for you, bro. Get a hold of me on Facebook, man. Just saw an ambulance with sirens on front of a semi at a truck stop. Also, always makes me wonder how to make fuck it money. Today's the day money. Okay. Yeah, you never know with our profession, dude. Like, it could be out. We could be done in an instant. Fucking heart attack. Fall awkwardly. Like, it just happens. Somebody run us off the road. Somebody fucking head in collision with us, dude. It happens to us in our industry all the time, dude. One of the most dangerous industries to be in is trucking. We're more at risk of being killed day to day than a police officer. And life is short, buddy. You ain't lying. I'm gonna step in the mic booth real quick, see how this sounds. Just give me a moment. I gotta do a few things in here to prep. Got mics wanting to fall over and shit. Test, testing. 1, 2, 3. Tell me how I sound. 1, 2, 3. Tell me how I sound. All right. Coffee's doing numbers on me. The bubble guts are bubbling up. The bubble guts are bubbling up. If I can get this fucking thing to respond, that'd be cool. Come on now. There it is. All right. Let's hit play.
In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions? To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element. Facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it. Reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind. And never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I.
It was a little sloppy on the dubs there, but tell me how I sound, guys. The levels sound okay? I'm gonna step back out there for a moment. Got to go grab my phone and turn off the Wi-Fi and read the lyrics because I'm not quite remembering everything right now. Sounds all right. So do I need to? I wonder if I need to, up that. It'd be really cool since you're going to be able to build DSP plugins. Out of all the years, let's have a quick conversation about Pro Tools. So with Pro Tools, what makes Pro Tools so dominant still in many still existing professional studios is a Pro Tools HD rig type of setups, where they have DSP hardware acceleration, where it's offloaded off the computer onto hardware, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Why are you crying? What's the crying emoji about? Was it that bad? Will Smith, don't do that to me, Will. Don't tell me I sound like Will Smith in there. Will Smith don't have to cuss on his raps to sell records. Well, I do, so fuck him and fuck you too. You know who that's by, right? Yeah, the Apollo. Yeah, the Apollo. That's not what I'm talking about, though, Nick. No. The Apollo is kind of like my board here. My see this board that you're hearing me through. It has DSP and compression and all that shit inside of it. It's not as in depth with the options as the Apollo, but it has a lot of good, decent tools. It has the fat channel in it, like I was showing earlier. It has EQ, reverb, send, and delays, and it has a lot of DSP in this board. But you can't offload onto this board necessarily. But I guess you can offload onto Apollo. I think you can do that with the Apollo. But what I'm talking about is Pro Tools themselves. If you get Pro Tools Ultra, which is what these pro studios run, you could live monitor with a plug-in chain on your DAW, and it will automatically offload that onto their DSP chips. They seem to have a monopoly with that technology. And a lot of people, that's why Pro Tools doesn't use VST format. You have to use AAX format in Pro Tools, because that's the format that their hardware also does to accelerate what they have on their chains. So once they activate a channel and they want to live monitor through that DAW, it will offload it onto DSP chips. And you can also offload the session so you're not bogging down the computer if you choose to. Anyhow, they have like a monopoly on that type of setup. It'd be really cool if that could be third-partyized, where everybody can kind of agree, hey, we're going to go with this format. Like there's that new format Clap, the plugin people are developing for, the Clap format. It'd be cool if something was developed where people can say, make the Clap format work like AAX, and a couple of companies get together and create a DSP type of chip for offloading, which I know that's slowly getting phased out with new faster processors, but it would be cool if that was developed where, you know, that one cornerstone monopolized thing that Pro Tools has, which is their DSP acceleration that's dedicated for that DAW, was no longer a monopoly. Oh, yeah, bubble guts. That's why you're laughing and crying. Gotcha. Yeah, I ain't quite mixed to it yet. I mean, the vocals ain't bad. They're just, you know, they're just a little bit thick still. And I want to dub and get everything in there demo-wise before I even worry about fine-tuning the mix. I'm just not there yet. Just try to get the song halfway done first before I worry about that. But I'm gonna sip this coffee, grab my water, and go in there and have a dub session, I do believe. Yeah, pretty much. The Pro Tools, it's like Pro Tools Ultra license. If you buy that $1,000 fucking license, and you also buy some of their hardware that has DSP in it, that's what I'm talking about. That's the hardware acceleration that Pro Tools uses. That all these plug-in developers make versions for their hardware. What if Pro Tools bought Native Instruments and created a whole new system? Well, I mean, the problem with Pro Tools nowadays, honestly, is that it's buggy as shit and pretty unstable because it has a bunch of old code that they refuse to fucking update. So, I don't know if that... I think that'd be a bad thing, bro, for Native Instruments, honestly. Because Pro Tools is owned by another private equity group that just fucking tries to suck all the money out of its users. Its dying user base. Its primary user base are a bunch of old fucks and a lot of people who own commercial studios. That's its primary user base that is continuously shrinking, and they continuously try to milk the shit out of their user. I don't think Pro Tools Avid buying fucking Native Instruments would be a good thing. I really don't. But I could be wrong. I don't know. It'd be kind of cool if Fender bought Native Instruments, bro. But with that being said, I'm worried about that too on the other end. I guess Native Instruments has been reported they're like $300 million in debt. That's what these private equity firms do. They buy up businesses. They kind of siphon the proceeds out of them while simultaneously taking loans out against the name of the business that apply to their investments of the private equity firm, but they load that debt onto the Native Instruments as an asset and put that equity towards other things, and they bleed companies dry. And as they do so, they just load them full of debt and make it where they're almost unoperational. Then they try to, oh well, this part of our company is just about to be insolvent and bankrupt, and well, sorry about you. We're going to have to, try to put that on the government and put that on the market, and let the users and everybody else absorb the cost to our way of business. And the governments all over the world are kind of set up for that kind of robbery. Really, that's what it is. Yeah, they basically, yeah, they just announced themselves as insolvent, and they're based out of Germany. But they was acquired by a private equity firm years ago that's just put a bunch of debt onto that company and all their other brands, and they've acquired a bunch of other brands which I'm invested in. I could show you now that we're talking. Like, I got a bunch of Native Instruments, bro. Like, that's just the effects here. I got a bunch of Native Instrument effects there. There's more over here. You know, outboard effects. Let's go to instruments. I mean, I got Native Instruments, bro. You know, I'm invested. However, I haven't updated in a long time, but so yeah, I got Native Instruments stuff, and I also have some other stuff that they own, which is Plug-in Alliance. Let's look at that. So I got, like, I love this plugin, Better Maker Passive Equalizer. That's owned by them, the same company. Metric AB for checking your mixes. The BX consoles are good. That's pretty much all I really use by them. The Mag EQ2 occasionally. The SPL Attack Plus occasionally. This SPL Iron is my absolute favorite boutique Very Mew compressor plugin. Made by them, owned by the same private equity fucking company now. SPL PEQ I use as a mastering EQ. Also owned by them. So yeah, they kind of got some things that I've invested in by the balls right now. What else do they own? They own Plug-in Alliance, Native Instruments, and man, there's another one. Fuck. It's a big one too. I don't have my keyboard in here. But yeah, what else? They own something else that's a problem for me. I don't remember what the hell it was called. Oh, Isotope. That's it. Yeah, and I got a shit ton of Isotope, as you can see. Like, a shit ton. That's just the list of until I got to this point here. And there's more Isotope. There we go. There's another folder of Isotope. There's more. You know? I have invested a lot into Isotope as well. So, thousands of dollars I've invested into them before they were bought up by private equity and put underneath the same roof and loaded full of fucking debt. Yeah, I seen that statement, Will. I hope that's the case, but dude, my trust in the corporatist fucking world is pretty low anymore. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of plugins in general. As you can see, these are just companies. Here's a Pro Tools shit, or not, excuse me, not Pro Tools, FL Studio shit. Glitch, I like this plugin. It's pretty boutique and not very popular, but I love that plugin. IK Multimedia Amplitude. I need to buy some more IK Multimedia plugins. They're a long-standing company that has seemingly some ethics. I need to look a little bit more into their ownership, I guess. Got one Harrison plugin I've never used that came in the package with other stuff. So got a bunch of FabFilter, pretty much almost all of it. Got some Empirical Lab, a lab plugin, the Rouser, which is like the stressor, but in plugin form. Cable Guys, some good boutique shit. The Saturator Reverser from AP Mastering, which is free, is awesome on like a bass bus. Got auto-tune stuff, you know. I got this multiband gate is cool on real drums. This is a cool saturator, the Barrier. I got some Joey Sturgis tone stuff. The JST clip's awesome on drums. Skybox is awesome, colorful reverb. Got a Lexington reverb emulation here, like the old school reverb box. Line 6 Helix Native. I mean, I got a bunch of shit. This Rezo is kind of cool on some problem issues with mixes. As a fix. ML Sound Lab, guitar shit. Modern Metal Songwriter, more guitar shit. I haven't gotten to Muse yet. There's my native instruments. Neural DSP amps out the ass. Got output plugins. I got that Soothe 2. I already showed you plug-in Alliance. I don't need to look at Personas. Schwab Digital Gold Clips. We talked about that earlier. Got one thing from Slate Digital, the virtual mix rack, which I never use. I just got this bad speaker. I want to check this out, by the way. I need to pin that because I forgot I just got that. Favorite it. The saturation knob's awesome on drums by Soft Tube. I'm looking forward to checking out this bad speaker plugin for fucking shit up. I got the Oxford Inflator. It's a classic plugin. Got a Sound Theory Golf False. All of them, all three of them. Got the whole Sound Toys package. You know, I got this investment after investment after investment in plugins. I mean, this thing just frees up on me. What the fuck? Maybe it's saving. Yep, it was auto saving. All right. Got Sugar Bites, Effects Tricks. That's Flatline by Submission Audio. STL Tone shit, a few things for those are like IRs, essentially, IR loaders. You know, more Steven Slate stuff, trigger stuff. I got a decent little SSL collection. I like all my for mixed bus effects, like the Fusion high frequency compressor, Fusion vintage drive. I blend those in, the native bus, mixed bus shit. Their channel strips are good, you know, SSL stuff, classic shit. You know, I got a bunch of stuff, Tune Tracks effects, which I don't really use, but I have them. It came with a package. I have Universal Audio stuff installed to test them out, but I'm not cool with the subscription model, so I just haven't paid for that shit, and I don't use it. There's that free clip and V clip I need to, for some reason, re-register, even though I paid for it. I got a shit ton of waves, man. I got the whole what's it called? Mercury bundle plus Studio Classics plus a bunch of little boutique shit. So I got a shit ton of waves effects. I mean, a lot. So, and what I usually use, I'll thumbnail so you can actually see what it is and just grab it and go. But yeah, like I got fucking plugins for days upon days, you know? Kind of a plug-in-aholic. Had to stop buying so much. But I'm gonna quit rambling. Eyes a nope. Eyes a nope. So you are you heading to Ferguson Road, Will? Is that where you're heading tonight? If you catch my drift. Because I believe on that route, that is the first stop after pickup, which is the best way to run it. I like to take it, I think it's the exit 14 off 74. Just, you know, heads up if you're going to go that way. All right, I'm going to step in the booth, try to get comfortable in the booth. Back in the booth. Trying to get set up here. All right, try to make the microphone just a little bit louder for y'all. Hopefully it's a little bit clearer. Check, 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 check. Testicles, testicles, testicles. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. How do I sound? How do I sound? Yeah. Yeah. Too much reverb? Maybe. Instead of pulling it up on the screen, I just walked into the room and adjusted. All right, man. Appreciate it, Nick. Going to head off for tonight. You too, man. Have a good one. Appreciate you hanging out, subscribing. Feel free to send me stuff in my Facebook inbox, bro. Message me, man. Have a good one, dude. Test, test, test. Testicles and titties. Testicles and titties. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Airplane mode this motherfucker. Pull up the lyrics. I'm going to just warm up for a minute. In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I could change direction, is fate still destined? Chickadee, chickadee, check, 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 check. In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I can change direction, is fate still destined? Yeah, got to work on my breathing a little bit. In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I could change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection, to tame aggressions into some sane obsession, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with strain with elegance, without vain embellishment? Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I'm trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment. Erase what has rotted it. Reconnect with my consciousness just to get back some confidence. Looking for signs while losing my mind and stuck in the bind. And never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. I think I added a word there, or whatever. All right, set up a channel for dubbing. I guess I can get the check up on... So because I got it in airplane mode, I can't see the chat on my phone. All right, let's see what this is about. I guess I can hear myself back too, can't I? All right, so mute that And then I'll play back a section and see how that sounds. I can check my own damn levels for a stream that way, instead of doing it on my mixer out there, because I can't be in two places at the same time. I don't want to set it up out here and then in here because it's too complicated. All right. Let's hit play and see what it sounds like.
In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions. To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element. Facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it. Reconnect with my consciousness just to get back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind. And never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. That really is. When I evaluate the mistake. I want to hear that back, damn it. Erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to get back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind. And never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. That really is. Yeah, something like that, whatever. Cool. Alright, let's do some rub-a-dub-dubbing some dubs. Make it like it's slapping in the club. Hopefully it goes in clean, like it came out the tub. I make punny rhymes, punny ones. Stupid punny rhymes. Yeah. 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 All right. Just make a new track. We'll just make a new track. That's what we'll do. Yeah, just fucking new track. We'll just we'll keep it simple, where we're not really hearing the dubs too much. We'll just get what we can get over and over again, and then we'll edit and figure that out after the fact. So I need a dub section is what I need. So I believe I have it in, okay, there is a vocal dubs folder. Okay, it's already got dubs situated. Old versions, so yeah, okay, cool. That was a different mic. We'll use those. I think I want to use this mic again. Yeah, we're not going to use that one. Chord left first. Check. All right, here we go. And we'll just record and keep it going, buddy. In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions. To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element. Facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it. Reconnect with my consciousness just to get back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind. And never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. When I the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions. To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element. Facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it. Reconnect with my consciousness just to get back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind. And never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. Still sloppy.
keep doing it.
In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident, embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to get back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I.
That was okay. All right, let's do it again on the right side. Get some dubs in. Rub-a-dub-dubs. Get the rub-a-dub-dubs in. Yeah. Yeah. All right, here we go. Get my radio voice on. Yeah. All right, here we go. Mute that old shit.
In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident, embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to get back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I.
Try it again. I need to be a little less gritty at the end, but it's hard when I'm like screaming before that. Any comments making fun of me? Let's see. Nope. Probably lost viewership. Like, yeah, I ain't trying to listen to this shit, bro. I ain't trying to listen to this. What is this? What is this fucking weirdness? All right, here we go. I'm not going to lie. I do like the aesthetic of Studio Pro. I think it is an aesthetic jump from 7. I thought 7 was decent. But anyhow.
In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident, embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to get back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. When I value.
Yeah, that chorus is going to need to be redone. At least the first half of it. I kind of like the second half. With harmonies, it'd be cool. Will, if you're listening. But that first half needs to be pretty. Yeah, I might need your assistance on that. I'm going to filter shit out and take out a lot of elements. Try to make it intimate and not heavy. More intimate and chill. And then build right back up to heavy for the second half of how it kind of is. So, if that makes any sense. All right, get a few more takes in here and I'm going to step out.
In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to get back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I like that I on that one. All right, let's try to do one more on the left side and we'll be done with dubbing. Well, stereo dubs. I'll probably do stereo dubs. In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. Alright, that's good for left and right. We'll just leave that as it is. We're going to need some fucking center dubs, and I guess there's more dub tracks down here, so that will have to work. So dub 3, these will be centered, not panned dubs on this mic here, and we'll set them up for this mic. Yeah, right now it's on the King B. I don't want to do that for this song. I feel like this Aston Origins is more versatile in setting up tonally. Okay. Some center dubs now to choose from for editing. In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. Yeah. And we'll do that again. I'll have some options to edit on the road this week. Williamson, Big Will, Mr. Keys. All right, here we go. Wrong mic again. Son of a bitch. Bitch. All right, here we go. Son of a All right. To choose from for editing. Oh, shit. Mute that. All right. Now we're going. Son of a In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. Yeah, we'll go with that. I got some shit to edit. Hopefully that wasn't too terrible. I kind of want to figure out how I want to set up dubs, so it's at least good for setting up for serious dubs later. I got material to work with, so it's saved, and I am going to step out of the booth.
I'm back. I don't know if anybody else is still around, but I'll be back with the chat shortly. Gotta get Wi-Fi back connected to my phone. I turn it off in the booth, you know, because I do not want to have interference, and I will have interference while reading off the phone. Still got a few people on here. At least somebody's on here. If you're still on here, Will, give me a thumbs up or something, bro. I think it's just us now. Not sure. I'm gonna go ahead and keep doing my thing and edit. And if you pop back on here, I'll try to keep track with people.
Depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions? To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element. Facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what is rotted it. Reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind. And never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions? To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element. Facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase.
Alright, the effect I have on them is garbage. I'm gonna start over, pretty much. I'm gonna get rid of probably starting with the fat channel. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, I don't know. That's probably alright. Okay. Let's zone in on one for a minute. Pan it in the middle and see what it sounds like. Midfoot.
Depth of introspection.
Okay, yeah.
Self-reflection. To face the questions. Fate still destined. Chase perfection. To tame aggressions into some sane obsession. To do the things irrelevance, use your strain with elegance. Vain embellishment, could I gain benevolence?
It must be an EQ thing. Oh yeah, I am doing some crazy shit with the EQ there. Alright, take that boost off.
In the depth of introspection, I found self-reflection. To face the questions. Fate still destined. Chase perfection. To tame aggressions into some sane obsession. To do the things irrelevance, use your strain with elegance. Vain embellishment. Good.
I want to compress the shit out of it. I know that. So I'll put all mode on.
Depth of introspection.
It's 1176 emulation.
Self-reflection. To face the questions. Fate still destined. Chase perfection. To tame aggressions into some sane obsession. To do the things irrelevance, use your strain with elegance. Vain embellishment, could I gain benevolence? Depth of introspection. Self-reflection. To face the questions. Fate still destined. Chase perfection. To tame aggressions into some sane obsession. To do the things irrelevance, use your strain with elegance. Vain embellishment, could I gain benevolence? Depth of introspection. Self-reflection. To face the questions. Fate still destined. chase perfection, to tame aggressions into some sane obsession, to do the things irrelevance, use your strain with elegance. In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection, to tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment? Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident, embrace my embodiment, erase what is rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but lose my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. The depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection, to tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment? Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident, embrace my embodiment, erase what is rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but lose my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. The depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection, to tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment? Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident, embrace my embodiment, erase what is rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but lose my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. When I evaluate depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection, to tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment? Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident, embrace my embodiment, erase what is rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but lose my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. With depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. Depth of introspection, self-reflection, forced to face the questions. Is fate still destined? Chase perfection, to tame aggressions into some sane obsession, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? Development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Toxicness, I am trying to be provident, my embodiment, rotted it, my consciousness, confidence. Looking for signs while I lose my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. Depth of introspection, self-reflection, forced to face the questions. Is fate still destined? Chase perfection, to tame aggressions into some sane obsession, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? Development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident, embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident, embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. When I evaluate depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident, embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. When I depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self. Depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident, embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to get back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind, and never depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident, embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. Depth of introspection. Of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in depth of introspection, self-reflection, forced to face the questions. Is fate still destined? Chase perfection, to tame aggressions into some sane obsession, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? Development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions, to do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element. Facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it. Reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs, I lose my mind and stuck in the bind. And never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. When I value depth of interest. In the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions. To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element. Facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it. Reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs, I lose my mind and stuck in the bind. And never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I.
I appreciate that, Ray Mays 810. Yeah, it's just something I'm working on, bro. Where you commenting from? I just got done doing dubs. I'm trying to dial in these dubs. This is going to be like a weird track. Trying to be positive at the same time, but heavy and weird and alien, you know, kind of. Because it's kind of alien for a lot of people to hold themselves accountable for their own bullshit, which is what this song's about. Being the enemy of your own self. Yeah, Ray Mays 810. Feel free to like and subscribe, bro. I'm gonna check out your page real quick. I would like to make some more headbanging type shit at some point, but I want to be like not stuck and cornholed into one thing. You know what I mean? I want to just make music and see what happens. Music is music to me, bro. I'm music agnostic. Mr. Ray Mays. You don't have anything on your channel, but I'm going to subscribe to you. Alright, back to mixing.
To choose from for editing, stereo, son of a in the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions. To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element. Facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it. Reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs, but lose my mind and stuck in the bind. And never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I.
Man, I am not. Still not happy with that at all. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and just apply this effect and start over. I kind of like the center effect, kind of how it is, but the rest of it's just kind of trashy, dude. Just got to fuck around and find out how this goes. Automation off.
Depth of introspection, found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions. To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element. Facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it. Reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence.
I mean, that's more in the right direction. Okay, just starting with the main tone. And this song is going to be a bitch to finally mix in these vocals. It's a pretty dense, loud mix as it is. So, got to get in where I fit in with this. I'm just going to turn down the gain to -10 as a starting point. A lot of people start vocal chains with just RVox. I like to end vocal chains with RVox. I see it as like final compression kind of limit. Like it's not ever going to go, like it's not really a limiter, but if you set this to -10, usually your compression is not going to be above, no matter how much you pull that down. It's kind of like a limiter, -10. So I kind of see it that way, even though it's not. If that makes any sense.
The depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions? To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element. Facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it. Reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind. And never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. When I the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions? To do the things irrelevance, use it.
And another reason why I like this on the end of a vocal chain is like if you highlight both of these, you can control them both at the same time. So you want to be more compressed, but stay like, you know, relatively the same amount of perceivable output. You can get them both at the same. Oh, it's going to fucking autosave. Give me a minute. I'll be getting off here soon. I didn't want to edit. I have to edit and shit. Those are just my last takes. I haven't edited a damn thing. I'm not going to use all those punch in, punch out vocals. I just got them in there just for options. So that's too often of dubs. And some dubs I want to be just center, and others I want to be left and right. But I got the possible ones I wanted in with each take. Then I have to go find which takes are decent, edit them as appropriately, then be picky choosy. But anyhow, yeah, you can pretty much auto gain by selecting them both.
Depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions? To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element. Facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it. Reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind. And never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. The depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions into some sane obsessions? To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element. Facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence. Trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident. Embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it. Reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind. And never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. The depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I the depth of introspection, I found the lessons, drowning in my own self-reflection. In depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions or to some sane obsessions? To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, with depression, forced to face the questions. If I change direction, is fate still destined? Can I reverse regression to chase perfection? To tame aggressions or to some sane obsessions? To do the things irrelevance, use a strain with elegance, without vain embellishment. Can I gain benevolence? This development is not me in my element, facing the malcontent towards myself with intelligence, trying to settle with all the flaws that I'm failing with. Instead of the toxicness, I am trying to be provident, embrace my embodiment, erase what has rotted it, reconnect with my consciousness just to keep back some confidence. Looking for signs but losing my mind and stuck in the bind, and never surprised when I find I'm really the enemy of I. When I evaluate the mistakes I've made in fear,
the beginning of that chorus sucks. Needs to be a lot more intimate, like when I evaluate, like delicate, the mistakes I've made in fear. Not so shaky, but it needs to be something more like that. Anyhow, I'm gonna hop off here. Ending my night before too long so I can get back on the schedule I need to be on. This was fun. Hopefully I got something to do with these dubs this week to dial them in on headphones. I'm kind of struggling right now on the monitors. A different environment, different headspace. I'll probably be able to nail it, but that will be it, y'all. So I'm out of here. Later.